Uh-oh, Stinky. My man's really streaming at midnight, sir. It is 3:37 a.m. It is patently not midnight. It's worse. Yeah. I am blocking. Here, wait. Check this out. I'm not blocking chat anymore. Can't do that with a 2D model. Now I'm evil too. But yeah, how's everybody doing? I might just I might go back to the center of the screen here. Look, if you get hidden, I'm just helping protect your privacy. All right. Open my YouTube chat. See, the problem is the normal direction I look, I'm blocking chat. We might just we might spin the model again. Frick YouTube, but I have to get partners so I can make money off of the VODs. Random model change. Here, what do we got? Akamid. But yeah, my watch hours, I'm at like 100 watch hours out of 2,000. Because I don't have my YouTube. I don't think I have very many people who actually watch on YouTube. Mainly because YouTube is just an inferior experience compared to Twitch. I have 254 qualified watch hours out of 3,000. Huh. But hey, my sub count is almost there, actually. We need 500. I have 350. All right. So let's get down to brass tacks. Sorry, I have my my cup. I just used Listerine. You're not supposed to swallow it, so got my cup. Okay. Let us go to the main scene. So, our goal today is to create a death saving throw table that doesn't suck ass. Because I'll be honest with you, I've been doing this for about an hour and a half, and they all seem to suck ass. So, let me show you what these tables look like with good old Windows Terminal. Make it a little bit wider. We might stop going 7 to 7. We'll do like 5 to 5 or something. Let's do that really quick. Where is the min? In -5, max 5. Okay. So, here's how these tables work. Okay, maybe we need a little bit more. All right. So we have 3 tables. We have the nominal table, which is what most creatures are rolling with. We have the human table because they have a benefit with some of the lower scores. And then a Vitality 100 table. So there are different tables based on what stats you have, what race you have. Well, I mean, it's really only for humans, but the way that it works is that you start at 0 score with a threshold of 10. And you roll a d6 on this table. So let me go get a d6. Where are my dice? Where's my slot? I have my dice. Take one of the cheap d6, that's fine. So you roll a d6. So I got a 5, right? So I add 2 to my score. So my score is now 2. And then every turn that you're fighting for your life, essentially, the threshold decreases by 1. So I now have 2 score and the threshold is 9. So I roll again. I got a 1. That's really not good. I now have -2 score and the threshold is 8. Roll again. I got a 5, so we got 2, so we're at 0. Threshold is 7. And essentially we just keep doing this. 1, so 1, 6. 3, 5. We keep doing this until we meet the threshold, either negative or positive. So I got 5 on a 4. So I survived. So I would be stabilized at 1 HP, essentially. You would get up with 1 HP. And essentially, what I'm trying to do is create a table such that if you have nobody helping you and you're not being, you're not like, okay, more things. If you are overkilled, right? So let's say you have 100 health and you take 120 damage, right? You will have active inhibition on surviving. Also, I've just realized that you're more likely to live the worse that you're off. And I don't know why. That needs to be fixed. You're not supposed to live if you're dying. So we'll fix that. Essentially, I'm not sure if I'm going to do 10 or 20%, but for every 10 or 20% you're overkilled, you have what is called a destabilizer, or more accurately, -1 stabilizer. And that means that when you're doing your death saving throws, some effect that hasn't yet been determined will happen on the scores, which makes you more likely to die. Alternatively, if an ally comes to help you, you gain a stabilizer, and that makes you more likely to live. And the balancing act I'm playing right now is trying to find a way such that destabilizers don't make you that much more likely to die, because you're already likely to die. The base chance of you dying is about 60%. So I want it to be that if somebody is helping you, you are significantly more likely to survive. And if something is killing you, like you're overkilled, you are not that much more likely to die. So, like, I want to keep 0 at around 40% for living, 1 maybe 75%, and then 2 around 95%. Now, the problem is, this is a tabletop RPG, so I can't just set a percentage and be like, you win if you get this. So I actually have to come up with some way to define a d6 roll such that you are this likely to live over this amount of time. The first order of business is we need to fix the fact that you are more likely to live if you're dying. So, we're doing all of this in optimized roll, throw pre-rolled rather. If value is 0, value is subtracted by the amount of stabilizers you have. This should be negative stabilizers. That's why. That's why you're more likely to live the more destabilizers you have. Okay, that looks a little bit more like it. Now you are properly more likely to die. 16 is still a pretty decent chance to live with 5 destabilizers, though. So, I have a bunch of different ways that I've tried to reduce your odds. So this current one is score manipulation, based directly on how many stabilizers you have. It doesn't seem that effective, honestly. Previously, I had used everybody that's stabilizing you, they have to roll a d6, and if they get a 5 or 6, they raise your score by 1. Which was pretty cool, but it is pretty intensive on the die rolling. Which maybe is interesting. Maybe people would like that. But you still don't have a very high chance of living, even with a surprising amount of people helping you. I actually have the stats. Let's see. Old stabilizer system. You had a 38% chance to live with nobody, and with 7 people helping you, you only had an 89% chance. That's with 7 people spending their turns trying to stabilize you. Which makes any type of stabilization in combat not worth it. We could try maybe. I do have another idea for a stabilization system. So value here is between 0 and 5. What I'm going to do is, if stabilizers is greater than 0, so I'm going to delete this fudging. If stabilizers is greater than 0, then if value is less than stabilizers, value equals stabilizers. If value is greater than 5, value equals 5. So this system makes it impossible to roll minimum values. So let's see how this goes. This is going to do nothing if you have negative stabilizers, but what does the number look like? Okay. So with a 1, you can't roll 1s anymore, which makes you 16% more likely to survive. With a 2, it's 80% likely to survive, 83-ish. Because you can't roll this, you can't roll these 2 values, which are going to be the ones that kill you. The strange thing is, somehow, 17.5% of people are dying with their maximum loss being 1 point. Which means, somehow, is this working? That seems incredibly high. Oh, also, olive is how much. Olive is the exception if you have a score that matches the threshold when it's reduced. Or no, a score of 0 when the threshold drops to 0. In which case it isn't possible to determine what happens, so you just live by default. So that's what olive is. It means that the scoring system failed. And a 4% is pretty crazy. Oh. Value, no, it should be added to the stabilizers. Wait. No. That's not right either. Let's see. If stabilizers is greater than 0, so if, let's say you rolled a 0, so you got the worst one. You rolled a 1, which in this is a 0. So you got a -4. You have 1 stabilizer. The value is set to 1, which is the second value, minus 2. No, that's right. Why is it so... I cannot believe that... Hold on. I mean, 3 is literally impossible to die. You cannot die with 3. But for 13%? Or for 17%, that's so high. That doesn't seem right. Because with this, you're essentially rolling a d4. Or no, I guess it's not unlikely for you to roll a 1. Because you have half of the dice give you 1. So you have half likelihood to go down by 1, and half likelihood to go up by at least 1. You still survive most of the time. I was gonna say we could reduce the range of rolls you could get so it would be rolling a d4, which would make you more likely to survive, but you'd have to have a d5. So I think we'll stick with this system. Although having 1 helper makes it, you still don't have that much of a chance to live. I mean, I guess it flips it. Because with this one, you're about 60% likely to die, and this one, you're about 60% likely to live. So maybe we'll keep it. Now, for humans, because humans have a trait that gives them +1 to all of the negative stats here, it is impossible for a human to die with 2 helpers. They will eventually resuscitate. It is impossible for them to die. And nominally, they have a 70% chance to live. That's really high, actually. That's really high. I might change it so that they still have -2, -1, but the minimum is now -3 instead of -4. Which gives them nearly a 10% higher chance to live. Although it does mean that once you're being helped, it doesn't matter, because it's the same values. So actually helping a human is less valuable than helping someone else. I'm not sure I like that either. Well, let's start doing this. Let's quickly implement the other side. So, if stabilizers is less than 0, then int max roll equals 5 minus or 5 plus stabilizers. If value is greater than max roll, val equals max roll. Let me make this byte. Actually, just leave it as an int. That's fine. If value is less than 0, value equals 0. So if you have enough stabilizers to make it so that you can only roll minimum, then you die. Okay, so there's something wrong with the implementation here. Because the second you have 1, you are guaranteed to die on round 3 for some reason. Oh, if val is greater than 0, val equals 0. That'll do it. I made an oopsie in the code. Okay. So in this way, if you have 3 destabilizers, you are guaranteed to die. Your currency is how long you make it. So you can make it up to 6 rounds here. This one you're not making it past 4, and then this one you're not making it past 3. And this is how long your allies have to either start helping you and raise your chances, or they can use healing. Healing will ignore this entire system. If somebody heals you, you immediately resuscitate. It's kind of like D&D in that way. But this is essentially, if you have a lot of destabilizers, it's how long they have to heal you. I guess you always have 3 turns, don't you? Unless I penalize you for having too many. I mean, technically, maybe I should. Because the thing is, if you take an infinite amount of damage, right? Let's say you have 10 health and you take 700 damage. You are overkilled by 60 instances of 10%. You have 60 destabilizers. You are guaranteed to die without help, right? But if somebody heals you, you just get back up with no problem. So as long as somebody can give you even 1 point... Well, actually, I guess they'd probably have to heal you. Ooh. What if they have to heal you above 0? And that way, you're probably going to die no matter what. Because if you're taking 700 damage, you probably shouldn't get out of that. Because previously it was if they heal you even 1 point, you resuscitate. But I think that that's not a good idea. Hold on. Let's see what I wrote in death saves. Where is death saves? Didn't orphaned page? Is it under HP? It might be under HP. It is under HP. Okay. Okay, it was always bringing your health back to a positive total. We might say that even if you get to 0, you don't die. You just aren't going to be resuscitated until you get health. I'm not sure how I want to do that. But yeah, I think that I like that idea more, that if you take an insane amount of damage, they have to heal you to a positive total. And it is worth noting, like, if you get to a point where, like, let's say you have 100 health, took 120 damage, let's say that the overkill threshold is 10%. If they heal you to where you only have, let's say 15%, you only have 1 overkill. So you actually get 1 stabilizer from that. And then obviously if your HP is ever positive, you're no longer dying. Okay. I think I like that. Do I like this table though? It is worth noting anybody can help. You don't have to be like medically proficient. It is worth noting too that even with 5 stabilizers, once you have more than 5 stabilizers, you don't get anything. Because this is as fast as you can resuscitate, which is round 3. Even if you have the vitality 100, I guess if you're a vitality 100 human, you can actually you can revive 1. Oh no, because they don't get a plus to the top scores. Okay. I might actually like this table. The funny thing is I named the stream trying to determine this table, and it actually worked almost immediately. So, yeah. That's awkward. I guess I could just go into writing more of the thing, because another thing that I need to do is I've been working on I was gonna give thresholds to oh, did I change how this works? Hold on. Hold on. Here, let me close this so you can see what I'm doing. Great that you've put 2 opening braces and not a closing one. Love that. Oh my fuck. The autocomplete on Visual Studio is absolute trash. Also, what is all of the absolute is not a word. Anyway, so for this, so we'll reset the scores. Sorry, why did... Oh, you're a restricted suspicious user. Die. So let's see. If we set these scores for human, and then we do this should give us the actual scores tables. Yeah. So if your vitality is 100, you're guaranteed to live with 2 stabilizers, but it might take you a while. I do want to write a bunch of new lines at the beginning of these because it makes it easier to see the split between the tables. Okay. Yeah. I think that's good. All right. Let's go to the player's guide document then. How do I hide the properties pane? How does one hide the properties pane? I can make it larger. Oh, I can hit X. Crazy how that works. All right. Let me show this. Here we go. So here is my document with my tile background that annoyingly like it shows you that this is just moving an image of the document up and down because you can see where it's not actually it's copying the background, which is annoying. But I'm going to be setting traits. What was the trait if you have 0 vitality? I think you just die if you have 0 vitality. Oh, nope. You are extremely ill and must make a death save every hour. Is the trait of 0 vitality. I can quickly go through the rest of these. All right. I think the other two are done. Yes. Okay. I should probably specify when your finesse is 0. um. All right. I want to specify. All right. I want to specify when your stat is 0 because otherwise, this table is things that you get as your stat increases. Let's see. So I'm not sure how I want to add things because I wanted to have one for every 10 points, and the baseline character is 50 points. So if your stats are very low, I mean, I could make it debuffs you obtain below 50. That might be the best way to describe it. So I'm not sure how I want to do it. We could do if your vitality is 20 or below, you suffer a -1 penalty to all death save throws. Your suffer a penalty. Oopsies. I was going to say your death saves are reduced by 1. We can actually take a quick second to check this as well. So vitality 20. We can actually just set these automatically. Okay. And I'm just going to run that in the background really quick. So with a vitality of holy shit. Yikes. Yeah, you do not want your vitality to be 20. You have an 8% chance to survive. That is crazy. And even with 5 people helping you, it still will take 4 turns to resuscitate. Which sounds incorrect, isn't it? Hold on. So you have 0, 10, 2, 9, 4, 8. I'm not saying the next one, and then 8, 5. So yeah, it is, right? But yeah, you do not live if you have a -1 to your rolls. It's crazy how effective that change is. Because it reduces your chance of living by 30% if you have a -1, and increases it by, I think, also 30% if you increase it by 1. Yeah. So it changes your life chance by 30%. Which is very intense. Now consider that with a vitality of 0, you are making that 8% survival chance every hour. You do not live like that for a long time. Give me one moment. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, sorry about that. You ever just notice you're bleeding? But we're good now. Okay. Um, I have identified a problem. So, if you have 5 stabilizers, or actually, if you have 3 stabilizers, normally, you are guaranteed to survive. And if you have a vitality of 20, you have a -1 to your score, so you need 3 stabilizers to live. And if you have a vitality of 0, you make this check every hour. Theoretically, if you just had 3 doctors working around the clock, you will never die. Because you'll keep making the saves. Do we defend against that? I mean, on the one hand, if you have a vitality of 0, it should be pretty likely you die. But on the other hand, it would kind of be nice to have the ability to ignore that by having enough medical personnel around you until, let's say, some debuff expires. So if you have some debuff that sets your vitality to 0, you could have some people help you until that expires, and then you can recover. I don't know how that would work. It's a potential hole, but I don't think I'm going to try to plug it yet. Anyway, so the player guide. What other things should I give you? It doesn't have to be 1 per 10 points. I just figured it would make getting more stats kind of feel nicer. Hmm. Put that on 80. Blocking blocks an additional 10% of damage. I can't remember what the actual block damage percent was. Pretty sure it's... so that would make blocking 50% effective. Actually, we'll set it to an additional 20% of damage. So the way that blocking works is... so getting attacked in my TTRPG is a little bit more complicated than other ones, because you have to determine how you're going to defend against it. You can attempt to dodge, or you can attempt to block. If you dodge, you take no damage. If you fail a dodge, you take full damage. If you attempt to block and you succeed, you take... Oh, I think that meant that blocking was 60% effective. Oh, I don't want to make it 70% or 80% effective. But if you block successfully, you resist 60% of the damage. Run it down. If you fail a block, you take 75%. So blocking guarantees that you'll take less damage, but even if you successfully block it, you'll take damage. So this needs to specify on a success or a failure. So I say we'll make blocking 50%. Successfully blocking resists an additional 20% of the damage. So you would take 30% of the damage instead of 50. Having like a bunch of random like pains in my mouth, but it's weird because they like don't last very long, and they don't seem to be related to any sensitivities. They also don't last very long, which is also confusing. Anyway, I also need to name all these traits, but I can't think of them. So if you get a 60, what do I want? You gain an additional 3 HP per level. Max level is 30. So that's cool. So this would be up to 90%, 90 more HP. I don't know what the scale of HP is going to be though. I don't think I ever defined that. Oh, I did specify overkill of 100% instantly kills you. Any attack that deals damage to your will points is reduced by 50%. Any damage dealt to your will points is reduced by 50%. Will points is kind of a it's an extension of HP. So like there's attacks that may not deal damage that will kill you. So like a lot of psychic damage won't kill you. But it will essentially convince you to submit. So there's a stat called will points, which is related to your HP. And if it reaches 0, you submit. So this gives you resistance to will point damage. Not sure what I want to do for the rest of them though. Let's see. I might put this under strength actually. It's like your ability to push back against attacks. One of the things I might do here is you regain HP per round. You regain 2% of your maximum HP at the beginning of your turn, or every 10 minutes out of combat. Rounded up. Um, so that's kind of nice. I might actually remove this because not a lot of, two races have this as a racial ability because they have resistance to poison normally. Um, I could give them an override for it. They get a different ability at 80 than other. I don't know if I like that idea. Um, One of the things that I'm having a lot of trouble is thinking of debuffs. Um, well, put this at 10. We'll accidentally open Bluetooth devices keyboard. Nice. Um, we'll say any incoming damage is increased by 25%. Rounded up. This will be the enfeebled trait. Um, what's a really light thing we could do? All healing is reduced by 2 points. Eh. All healing is reduced by 1 point. It's not intense because you're not that far away from standard. You're just a little bit harder to heal. Um, because I do think probably at level 30 you'll have around 400 health. Um, Something like that. I guess if you have a vitality of 60, you'll have 490 ish, so around 500. What do I give you at 30? 30 is like pretty low vitality. Um, I guess we just give you the opposite of this. You roll twice and take the lower result. We'll call it immunocompromise. I think that that's a good name for it. And this is poison resistance. What do I give you at 90? It's a good effect to give somebody with a very strong vitality. I should probably write maximum. Um, I could increase the amount that you heal, but I feel like it would be better to give a different effect. What's an interesting thing we could do? We could make your outgoing healing more strong. But that only helps if you're a caster. We could give you, whenever you're helping someone who's down, you heal them more than one stabilizer. Um, I don't know what I'll call it. I have to give all of these cool names. Um, these are just placeholders essentially. I'm not sure if these will be what we keep or not. So will is your ability to manipulate people, resist manipulation. It's essentially kind of like charisma, but we don't have charisma. So in my system, we don't have some simple stats like intelligence in charisma are things that we don't have. I mean, I guess will is essentially charisma, but I felt like intelligence was kind of annoying to play around in D&D because like what I hear a lot of when like characters with low intelligence make ideas or plans is like, is your character intelligent enough to think that? And I think that that is kind of shit. um, because also, what does intelligence represent? People would say that I'm intelligent because I know how to do software development, but if you ask me how a fucking engine works, I can't tell you shit. Does that mean that I'm not intelligent? Does that mean I am intelligent because I know computers? I don't think so. I don't think an intelligence stat exists. You can be intelligent in something, but overall intelligence isn't something you can track with a stat. And even if you did, it wouldn't make sense. So that's why we don't have an intelligence stat. It also just kind of gets in the way in RP. It could be fun, but you can still play an idiot. You just don't have a number that says you have to. That's the thing. And then for charisma, it's another kind of thing where like I feel like those stats should be defined by how you play your character and not by a number that says you have to play your character this way. If that makes sense. Um, was that? Hold on. Yeah. It is also worth noting that if your will points hit 0, you don't make death saves. So that's one of the reasons. This is like the diplomacy attack. And also, whenever you take health damage, you take will point damage of the same amount. So you can convince somebody. You don't have to start from scratch if you decide late into combat that you want to try to keep them alive. All right. What do we give these values? So, what is the recharge on will points? I think they're a lot faster to recharge than health points. All right, so they recharge pretty quickly. Because the recovery is equal to your level every turn that you haven't taken damage against them. Which is very intense, but I mean, be you rediscovering your resolve from turn to turn. The problem is if I buff that, it's going to be really easy to recharge. We could set it to half your level rounded down, and then a stat for having a decent one is that it goes up higher. Yeah, I think I want to do that. So on 80, your will points recover by your will points recovery doubles. Now your level instead of half your level. There's also not multi-classing, so I don't have to worry about crazy things like that too. I might do the same thing where you have a we'll put this on 70 actually. For any check to resist coercion, you may roll twice and take the higher result. I think I want to call this determination. I don't know what I'll call this. Actually, this might be called indomitable. What do I call this? Strong-willed. Seems kind of a weak term for it. Okay. What is a good slight bonus to give it? Actually, I have a decent one here. When your will points are reduced to 0, make a death save. If you succeed, make a death save. Should I resolve it on one turn? Hmm. Okay, we'll try that. What's a slight buff, though? Actually, it's worth noting, literally all of these are things to, like, they're all defensive. Because part of the stat of will is to use it to manipulate people. So this would be like your deception, persuasion, etc. There's currently nothing that helps you do that. Probably doesn't help. I don't have persuasion and deception defined yet. We might come back to this. All right. Actually, they don't have defaults. Yes. So Nexus is kind of different than the normal stats. Because these are both magic stats essentially. You have the secular magic, which is non-divine magic, and then you have etheric magic, which is the divine magic. You can't specialize in both, but you can have stats into both. The stats from character creation cannot total between both of these above 100. So probably what we'll do is you can. So the thing is, you can't cast both at the same time. You can't have secular magic and divine magic. So the question is, how do we define it in such a way you have to choose one, but you can still get a little bit of resistance to the other? Because what I'm wary of is that if I say 40%, or it would have to be above 50%, it would have to be at, or no, it does have to be above 50%. I mean, no, I mean, so what I was going to say is that if you have, let's say 60% is the stage at which you can start casting the magic, and the rest of it is just resistances, then I was saying, oh, well, you just have 60-40 every time. But not necessarily, because you could put 100 points into one of them and nothing into the other. Which would give you mastery over one type of magic and you're useless in the other. I'm not sure how that'll work with the stat assignment systems. Essentially, stats get significantly more expensive the further away from 50 you get. I think it's, what is it? Is it past 50 or past 75 is costs 2, and past, no. So it's past 75 costs 2, and below 25 gives you 2. Actually, I might even do below 25 gives you 3, because one of the things that I find is that everybody tries to get their stats as middle as possible so they don't have any weaknesses. And that's actually one of the things that we have in the stat assignment system, is that if you don't have any negative stats, then you can't obtain fortune. So you are punished for having middling stats or really good stats. You have to have at least one weakness. Weirdly enough, that is not defined here. Is it on the stats thing? Yes. Characters with no stats that have negative modifiers cannot gain fortune. So you have a couple ways. We have standard array and point buy. I was gonna say you could do rolled stats, but it really doesn't make any sense. Because you could really get. I mean, we could try one. I have the dice. Try it. God, these dice are so heavy. They're pieces of plastic. I mean, I guess there's a couple metal ones actually. So let's try rolled stats and see how that gets us. A strength of 76, which I will take. If it were backwards, I'd be pretty angry. We'll just write this at the bottom. That's fine. Strength of 76. Oh dear. Finesse of 11. Vitality of 97. That's really good. Will of 16. These stats are really wacky. Nexus of 62. And then I have a nexus of 38. Because it can't total above 100. Actually, I got a 20. Yeah, these stats are pretty bad. I think the negative modifier is actually higher than the positive modifier. So this character would be considered weak. 49. That's pretty good. 8. That's not good. 99 vitality. You get 1 point in that bad boy and you are schmoovin'. $41. 43. This character is really strong. They're just really shit at moving. I don't think we've set finesse debuffs yet, but that would be insane. How do I want to? What is the number one? What do you get for having a perfect finesse? It would probably be some plus to dodge, but I haven't yet determined how the Let's see. So it's a check based on your finesse. So I shouldn't give a bonus to dodge because you already have a huge bonus to dodge. Essentially, the way that attacks work is you they roll their attack. So that would be their to hit essentially from D&D. Okay. So they would roll their attack dice. Let's say they have, I don't know, 50 strength, so no modifier. They rolled a 14. So then with a 70 finesse, you have a +4. And let's say I'm going for a dodge, which is if you block, you have to use strength. So I'm using I guess we could. I mean, dodge would have to be finesse, but you could probably finesse block, like a rapier trying to knock the weapon out of the way. So we might allow that, but although it'd probably be a dodge, because if you were to block a weapon in that manner, you would still take damage, which doesn't make sense. I don't know, but let's say we have our +4. I rolled a 9, so I actually still get hit. And I tried to dodge, so I take full damage. So that's kind of how that works. But I like to give. I think it's interesting to have an opportunity to choose how you want to resist the damage. Because even if you fail a block, you take less damage. But the question is, what do I do at full finesse? What do you get? We could go kind of crazy. This might make finesse one of the best stats to have at 3 or to have at 100. You gain an additional act per turn. So you now act 3 times per turn instead of twice, which is really good. That is really good. Probably the best 100 we've made. This makes you extremely unlikely to die. Let's see. Yeah. This is maybe not that good actually. This is really good. Now what's a slight thing we could do? Because I think that your speed's increasing by 5 meters is really good. What's a good slight bonus? We could make for higher things. Even if you fail a dodge, you take 30% less damage. Because this would be good for finesse builds. Because the thing is, with finesse, you still take. It does kind of make it better than blocking, though. Because in this case, once you get to 90 finesse, it is always better to dodge. But the thing that I'm also thinking is that late game, you're always taking full damage instead of less damage. We might just make this blocking resist an additional 20%, whether successful or not. Superior block. That way this is still sensible. It also makes you a lot tankier. There's a good slight bonus. So this is your range doubles. Like if you have a mortar, you can't double the range. But like if you pull a bow, maybe you pull it back further or something, or you do something to make the arrow further, or maybe it just makes it you're effective range doubles with all ranged weapons. I'm also just trying to think of how these would because these stat bonuses are really intense. And I'm wondering if that would take some of the flair away from the classes almost, because the classes are also going to have traits based on what level you are. But I do like the idea of having the stats give you traits as well. What's a good slight bonus? We could give like a fall damage reduction. Fall damage is reduced by 30%. A slight decrease. Making you take damage on a successful dodge would be crazy. Hmm. I also need to determine what ranged attacks look like, because the dodge and block are based on melee attacks, where the idea is that melee attacks will never really miss. But a ranged attack very well could miss. I'm not sure. A good penalty to finesse. It has to be slight. It can't be a speed decrease. We already have that. I could make dodging less effective, but at 40, that's pretty rough. I mean, at 20, you probably just can't dodge. The dodge, you cannot dodge. Because at 10, you certainly wouldn't be able to dodge. Okay, and then at 40, it's the slight decrease that really gets you. I should mention again that this is probably not going to be the final values of this table. We will probably update it as we build out more of the game. But what is good slight decrease? So I want to be like, oh, you get a disadvantage on lockpicking, but that's really intense for just being slightly below average. And I can't do like a modifier because that's what the stats are doing too. So at 40, you have a -2 already. Shit, man, I can't think of one. I'm gonna go run back to the bathroom, and then I will think about it on my way. I'll be right back. I haven't thought of anything. Um, I mean, I could make fall damage slightly more intense, but that doesn't seem right either. I don't know. We'll come back to it. So, strength. Oops. I've pressed the wrong button. I'm pressing all of the wrong buttons. So, it's worth noting that you deal less damage if you're using a strength weapon and you have lower strength. So, we don't want to do anything like reducing your damage, because it's doubling up. It's the problem. Because even with like a 10, you have so little strength that really doesn't do a whole lot for you. Um, and that's still pretty rough. So blocking is 20% less effective. What's at the top? What's the best thing you get for having an insanely high strength? We could do, if you have a really high strength, you cleave through block. That would be pretty good. I mean, that's really good for like armored enemies that have a lot of block resistance. Because they could have, if they have a decently high strength and they have armor that's blocking it, they could have as low as 10% damage on blocks. So this would give you 40%. You're doing 4 times as much damage to them, essentially. Although they would also be vulnerable to magic, so you'd probably just have your wizards deal with them. Inferior block. What is a good set of things? I feel like these stats are the hardest ones because most classes are going to interface with these two. Unreactive might be good for no dodge tier. That might be a good one. You just have really shit reaction time. It would be really funny if it just made you have really shit reaction time, but we're gonna call it an unreactive. It wouldn't change your reaction time. But the strength one is where it gets really hard. Is what do I do? Because like I was saying, the classes are going to interface a lot with your strength and finesse stats for like all of the physical fighter, swing a club at somebody classes. So it's weird to define things for these. Like the other thing that I'm thinking about is like if you use like a rapier, for example, this is useless to you. Or more accurately, this is useless to you. So I don't think it's a great effect. Whereas something like Vitality is not based on your class at all. It is easier to write things for. Same with Will, kind of. And then the Nexus ones. These will probably have the same table, but one is secular and one is divine. But yeah, this is where it kind of gets difficult because like if you're a barbarian, for example, like a D&D barbarian, you don't have a shield. So the blocking doesn't matter. So that's kind of one of the things we're playing against. And the more types of things I put in here, the less I have to play with the classes. So we'll see how that goes. It doesn't make sense to give you an extra attack with strength. What do you do? Strength. Maybe okay, hold on. Maybe with these ones, is blocking only with your in-game shields, though? That is a good point. You could block with, like, a sword. Well, I'm, like, thinking about the semantics of it, because if you block with the sword, okay, the way that block works, right? You know what? Maybe I just copy this. Why can I not? Okay, here we go. Here is the block table. I have deleted my here is the table of combat defensive posture. That's what I'm calling it. That's a shit name for this table. This is your set of options. So dodge is a finesse reaction, essentially. I love that it keeps saying finance. But basically, if you successfully dodge, you take no damage, but the risk you're running is that if you fail, you take 100% of the damage. You take all of it. With blocking, you take 50% if you succeed, but if you fail, you take 75%. So you're guaranteed to take less damage, But it's less effective than dodging. I might change these numbers too. Resist is for magic. It's your only option for. I mean, I guess you could try to dodge magic. Suppose it would always be better to try to dodge magic, wouldn't it? I mean, I guess it would depend on your stats, because this would be a Nexus stat, and this would be your finesse. So the thing is, if you say use your strength to block a sword strike with your sword, semantically you would take no damage because you blocked the sword, but mechanically you would take damage. And that's kind of one of the things I'm trying to work around too. Do we class it as a dodge? We could just make dodge and block both finesse. I mean, block doesn't make sense for finesse, but the thing is, does it make sense to allow you to dodge by using a sword to block a sword? Because it makes more sense that you wouldn't take any damage. And that's kind of where I'm getting hung up here. Because it doesn't make sense semantically. Maybe this is just a bad idea, but I figured it would be interesting to give you more choice of how you try to resist damage. So this is one of the things where playtesting is going to do a lot for figuring out if this is a good idea or not. Am I winning? Kind of. Not really. I'm trying to come up with bonuses to give you to stats, but strength is kind of one of those nebulous ones. But yes, welcome. How are you doing? That is true. We could increase your reach. Actually, that's not a terrible idea. Effective range / reach? But then again, if your reach is, let's say, 5 foot, having it makes it 2.5 foot. I guess I don't know how that would work. But definitely the doubling is helpful. Editing battle maps and coding on my Lancer play by post tools. Oh, nice. Yeah, previously we were actually we were doing some death saving throw stuff. So if I actually switch over to the Windows Terminal tab, here's my death saving throw table. If you have no help, you are probably going to die. This is the amount that you die. This is how much you live. So you're probably going to die. And then depending on how many people are helping you, you are more likely to live. And also, if you're overkilled, you are far more likely to die. And then there's humans have slight bonuses. Actually, I think their only bonus at the minimum is now -3 instead of -4, which accounts for 7%. As long as nobody's helping you, I need to fix that. And if your vitality is really bad, you get an 8% chance to live. And then if your vitality is really good, you get an 83% chance. So that's good. We like that. But yeah, that was what we were doing before. Oh, that's the chat. 2 chats. Where the hell did LibreOffice go? Where did LibreOffice? Did Writer crash? No, it's right here. Okay. There it is. Sounds very granular. Yes. This system is going to be basically you're expected to have a calculator. You're probably going to need one. There's a lot of percentages. But yeah. Because like one of the things that I'm also thinking about is that these have modifiers, right? So the values, every 5 points you are away from 50, you gain plus or minus 1. And I'm trying not to be like, oh, you get a bonus to this because you already have a bonus to that. This is on top of those bonuses. Because that's another thing is like this system, you are very powerful compared to something like D&D. So you have a lot of power. People are very strong. But it also means that your enemies are also very strong. What do I do? We could double your like carry weight limit, but a lot of people play without carry weight. So I wonder if that would matter. How many people play with carry weight for something like D&D? Because I think whenever I DM, I mean, I kind of just have it there as a you. If you're holding 1,000 pounds, I'm going to notice, but otherwise, I don't really care. So that's another thing. We could increase. Well, I mean, the limits of your ability to push stuff, for example, would probably be tied to the strength stat itself. There's not a lot of bonuses I can give. We may not even have to put bonuses, because that was one of the things I was going to say about the strength and finesse stats, is that you'll get a lot of mileage out of the stat even without these bonuses. Is tactical positioning important in this system? You could do something like counting as one size bigger for grappling, shoving, and dragging. I haven't decided yet. Because we haven't gotten to like the whole positioning deal of it. It is pretty. This is like not very like this 8-page document is more detail than I had in my Anytype vault. So, I mean, I have a couple things I haven't put in. I have a part of a class. I have the fortune system, checks, a little bit of detail on it. And the Etherburn system. But other than that, we don't have a whole lot. I don't think I want to use size classes. Maybe I'll change that. Maybe I will use size classes. Do I want to use size classes? I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But if I do, then yeah, counting as one size bigger would be quite helpful. Huh, I wonder if I should do size classes, because like, because I'm thinking about like a fairy, right? If you want it to be accurate to how effective a fairy would probably be in slapping somebody, they would have to have a low strength. And something like a big, big guy, big fucking 800-foot monster would have to have a strength well above the maximum typical limit. I mean, which is possible. I mean, we could just give it 800 strength. Maybe size as a modifier on strength and finesse. Could do that as well. Let's cover environmental objects going to be important. Or is this going to be something you can run in Theater of the Mind? So it would probably be mainly Theater of the Mind, but like there would be things like if you're hiding behind a barrel, right? You're going to be a little bit more protected from ranged attacks than if you're just standing out in the open. I don't know how much I want to because I mean it is a tabletop RPG in name, but I don't know how much I want to like get into the idea of measuring out distances on a physical mat, etc. But I don't know. I am also, this is my first time trying to create a system. I have absolutely no fucking clue what I'm doing. But I have a friend who made a system, and I thought it was pretty interesting. And I wanted to try my hand at it. And also, I was actually going to run a D&D campaign, but I realized that there's so much shit in my world that doesn't fit into D&D that I would either have to modify it greatly or create my own system. And I chose to create my own system. So like, for example, right, we have two classes of magic. We have secular magic and divine magic, and you can't have both. So there is two systems of magic, two entirely different systems of magic, because the secular magic is based on a mana system, so it'll cost some amount of mana to spend to cast a spell, whereas the divine magic is actually based on a system where, all right, so you have a trait called Aetherburn, which is essentially, divine magic uses this fuel called Aether, right? And it is essentially, imagine chemical energy, but it's not a chemical. And it is very potent, and casting magic with it burns you. So if you get this stat too high, you'll actually catch on fire. So that's its major limit to casting it, but it is otherwise significantly more powerful. But it's also, whereas somebody casting secular magic might have fireball and ice bolt and I don't know, acid splash, the divine magic is more category based. So if you are a servant of Orielfen, the goddess of life, you may be able to fully resurrect somebody, whereas secular magic cannot do that. You can heal people for extremely little compared to what like secular magic would be able to do. So maybe it costs 50 mana to cast Cure Wounds, but it would only cost you like 4. But your ability is limited to some base level battle magic and your field of magic. So you're more limited, but far more powerful. And that's the trade-off. So that's kind of part of the reason I was like, this doesn't work in D&D where you have kind of like a spell slot thing. It would be weird. They can only partially revive someone, so they're only mostly dead. Exactly. But yeah, there's like, the thing is also, resurrection is really difficult because you don't have long to do it. Like, so in D&D, you can cast True Resurrection up to 200 years after somebody died. I think it's 200. And I think resurrection is 100 years. Casually looks. Yeah, resurrection is 1 century. True resurrection is 2 centuries, yes. Whereas in my system, you have about a minute. The world is in what is considered a soul shortage. So whenever a soul leaves a body, you have 1 minute before it's taken and given to somebody else. Or it's taken, and basically the goddess of death fixes up the souls when people die, and then they put them in somebody else. So you have about a minute until they take it. You can interrupt that. There's an item called a soul prison, where you can take it and capture a soul, at which point it cannot be taken. And you can then reuse that soul to resurrect somebody. But it's a process. The definition of life is the joining of a soul and body, and void of the other, both of them decay. So there's that. So essentially, there's such a need for souls that they take them pretty quick. And the thing is, there's a lot of different things where you can be killed in a way that you cannot be resurrected. So there's a debuff called Soul Shatter, and if it reaches 3 stacks, your soul is completely destroyed. And cannot it literally just ceases to exist. And then you have Soul Flame, which burns your soul into not existing. So there's that too. There's a lot of really bad ways to die. Like Chris Deltarune. I actually didn't play Deltarune. Isn't it still not finished? Isn't there like 4 chapters or something and there's only 3 out? Reminds me of 5 seconds before bacteria gets to fallen food. Exactly. It's the 5-second rule, but for living. But like, for example, in a servant of Ordealfen could resurrect somebody who's died within that 1 minute. They can actually take the soul and reassign it to that body, which isn't something you could just keep doing. Not only is it very expensive to do, but it also, whenever you die, your soul obtains 1 level of Soul Shatter. So if you're resurrected twice and you don't go to get your soul fixed, it'll shatter and you just die. So there's that too. Actually, that's a good point, isn't it? Hold on. Let me do some thinking here for a second. If a soul being torn asunder from my body causes it to soul shatter, that means if I go up a bunch of pages and go to the Sumerian transformation thing, the transformee obtains 1 level of soul shatter. Consistency. Yeah, that is important. That is actually really important. Actually, that could be a reason that you couldn't transform someone. Oh, do I still have the thing that says TwitchTOS won't let me? No. This used to say TwitchTOS won't let me talk about this. But I wrote it in a way that I think Twitch would be okay with. Anyway. It would be interesting if canonically you are the only class of being that can live without one. But generally, I mean, a body can act without a soul. It's just that the only thing it really does is attempt to go regain its soul. So I don't know how that would go. Essentially, without a soul, a body lasts for about 1 day in good condition until it starts to decay rapidly, and you have about 2 days before you just die. So you have about 3 days without a soul. Before you just rot away. Still trying to think of things to. We might just not award things to strength, because strength will give you access to better weapons because you'll be able to hold more heavy weaponry. You'll be able to attack doing more damage. You have a higher chance to hit, because I mean, I guess it doesn't make sense for strength to have a higher chance to block to hit dodge, but that's neither here nor there. We'll figure it out. Finesse, I might actually remove some of these, but whatever. Vitality, I like this. I like these options. Will needs more ways to actually manipulate others because that's not in this table at all. And then Nexus. We love Nexus. I think that when you get to 50, you obtain the ability to cast. So the first 40 or the first 4 levels give you resistance and other types of bonuses against it. And then once you get to 50, you get the ability to cast, and then past that, you get bonuses to your output. So you can cast secular magic. And same with here, you can cast divine magic. So this is the only set of stats where the base stat is actually 0 and not 50. I'm gonna think of it though. It might actually be a problem. Because here's the thing. Stat modifiers are defined as 50. It's 50, it's stat minus 50 over 5 is your modifier. It might have to be just your modifier divided by 5 for Nexus stats. Because otherwise your resistance is so low that you're not going to be able to resist anything that somebody casts. Huh. Because the thing is, if somebody is casting what they... At this point, you have a... So at this point, you have a 0. At this point, you would have a negative 10. So if they cast something, you have an extremely low chance of being able to actually resist it. I mean, to be fair, with a negative 10, you can't resist it anyway, so you're guaranteed not to resist it, but let's say you have a 30. You're already on a 4 deficit compared to their thing, which means you're probably not going to be able to resist it. That is an issue. Because, I mean, they got up to a plus 10. And if you're at, like, here, you have a 14 deficit. So if they roll a 6, you can no longer beat them. And you both have stats into it. Even then, if I made it based on 0, and this would be plus 20, then you would still have the same problem. How do I bring this to kind of a fair level? I honestly have no idea. We could make the spellcasting modifier half of your mod, but then... I mean, I guess the trait bonuses would be the major reason that you put a lot of points into Nexus stats. That, and maybe we can have a minimum stat value to cast a spell. So you would also gain more spells as your Nexus stat goes up, which would be the major reason you keep bringing it up. So at 10, you gain the ability to resist magic. So you can resist secular magic. Green tea. Green tea. Actually, I bought some green tea a while ago. I ended up throwing it away because it was so they stored it at room temperature in the store, and I read online that you can't store it at room temperature. It like goes bad in like a couple hours. And I called the company, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's good until you open it. Then it has to be stored in a refrigerated container. Otherwise, it goes bad in a couple hours." I'm like, why doesn't it say keep refrigerated on it? And they're like, what? I'm like, it doesn't say keep refrigerated on it. Hmm. I kind of want to make like the casting level lower. Maybe we do. Let's say it's 30. The problem now is that because you can't have this trait from both stat or like tables, that means you can go up to like 20 on one, or maybe 29. I mean, you could just put 30 points, but you'd have to choose which one you actually take. I kind of want to make it so that resistance is also more expensive, so you have to think more about which ones you take. Hmm. I'm trying to think of how I want to design this, because I want the like 100 level to be that like maybe spells are far cheaper or something. Hmm. Um, your maximum mana increases by 5 times your level. I don't know what the mana scale is going to be yet. I kind of like the idea of it being about 1,000 at level 30. So this would be at level 30, 150 extra, so plus 15%. I think is fair at 50. We can't do the same thing on Divine Magic though, because it doesn't have. You don't actually have a limit to how much you can use. Actually, maybe you do. Mm. There's a reason that you might, but I don't want to get into it right now. It's a lot. Um. Hmm. we could make it so that it has kind of the same limitation as D&D, where you can't cast a spell multiple times in one turn. But then again, because you have 2 acts, right, which are essentially actions, but there's no bonus action. There's just two acts. And the thing is, a spellcaster, if we apply that limitation, can't really do shit until they hit whatever level of Nexus allows that. And with standard array, you get, isn't it 60, 50, 40, 40, 30? No, 70, 60, 50, 50, 40, 30. So if we put it on 70, you would have to assign the 70. And then, because these can have a maximum of 100 between them on character creation, you'd have to assign the 30 to the other one. Thanks for subscribing. Good morning. How you doing? 6 months. Damn. It's been 6 months. That's crazy. But thank you for resubscribing. I just got woke up by my male cat screaming. Sorry, the imagery is is awesome. What was your cat screaming about? It would be so funny if we could get like a video of what that sounds like. I think we'll put this on 60. You can cast multiple spells in one turn. I feel like it's kind of rough to do that at 50 on the stats, but we're gonna take it. Oh, I forgot I already did this. This is really good. This is really good. Because this is your major limitation to how much magic you can cast, is how much either burn you have and how long you can resist being on fire. So having 50% resistance reduces all spell costs by 50%. Which, do I have the notebook with all of the spells in it? Do I? This is the notebook with all of the spells. Oh, I have a binding like that. It's the notebook. Spells in it. Probably. It has a lot of my early documentation. Where is it? Yeah, so the most expensive spell that I think I've currently written is 150. With the burn. I thought I had. Did I not write some for Ilfin? I don't think I did. Which is weird because that would have probably been the first domain I did. But apparently I didn't, so we don't have any Oriel Fennec spells. Oh shit. This is actually an extremely expensive spell. Hmm. What is the maximum level or the maximum cost? This could cost as much as 400, which is the maximum health design cap for creatures. I mean, I guess that would be the maximum you could do anyway, because you'd burn. I mean, I guess you can go over. You could just catch on fire. Um, that's interesting. Let's see. Your Aether burn decreases twice as fast. We'll put this on 60. Then on this one, it is thrice as fast. I don't remember. What is the decay on it? I think I wrote it here. Hold on. Decay is not defined, is it? I thought I defined that. Here we go. Yep. Decreases a rate of 1 point per 5 minutes, or 12 points an hour. That is not balanced for the current setup. That is really low, actually. I mean, I guess maybe it's not that bad. Because it'd be 3 points per minute. Although during combat, it basically wouldn't go down at all. It would be between combats that you get things. So if you're doing something like a typical dungeon crawl, you don't have a lot of recharge at all. We might have to set it to like 2 points per minute normally. No, that would still be low. It'd have to be like 5 points per minute. So we could do 6 points per minute. So every 10 seconds you get 1 point back. You get 3 point. Maybe at the beginning of your turn, you regenerate 1. That way, when you get the higher levels, you get 3. Because most of your turns, you're not going to be casting super expensive spells. Because if you do, you're going to die. So, I think if we do 1 point at the beginning of your turn, and maybe 2 points at the beginning of your turn, we're feeling a little generous. And that would be the thing. But if we do 2 at the beginning of your turn, I'm probably gonna have to get rid of the rate to get 3 times as much back. Because that is a lot of points. Once again, it's extremely potent spells. But then again, the maximum is your maximum HP. So like I don't know. It's strange. There was some limit. There's some thing. Did I ever define how much you burn by? I wanted to say it's a third of your HP every turn. That is extremely like punishing. I was doing overage damage. So anything that you use that raises your burn above your maximum HP immediately deals irresistible damage. Kinda like that, actually. The guy who wrote that seems to I like how he thinks. That's a joke. I don't like how I think. But I think we'll keep that. We could give you I mean, this is already resistance to the damage, just by a different name. Okay. Your number one thing for reaching 100 will be Externa, which is that you get to learn 2 spells that are not in your spell list. We have to plug the hole. I guess you could choose Resurrection. It's just that they're probably going to kill you. Eh. Realistically, if you choose Resurrection and start casting it, Odilfen is going to come for you. And not in a good way. She does not like it when people cast Resurrection. It's actually one of the things that, if you are a cleric of Odilfen, one of the first things you have to do is get your Resurrection permit. It's like the big milestone from being just some random guy who said, I like Odilfen, to being somebody who's actually powerful. Give me 1 second. Okay. Had to get me some water. Um, I don't know what I want to do for this. We might just leave this, because once again, this is going to be another set of stats where most of your benefits are coming from greater access to spells and greater damage in those spells. Let's see. So what do we do here? Um, you can cast a spell. You can. How do I want to say this? So, this super trait of secular casting is you get to cast a spell that doesn't exist. So like 80, right, is you get to create your own spells. And the major benefit from the new from the Formless Magic, which is an upgrade to that, is that you don't have to create and prepare the spell. You cast something by sending forth magical energy and attempting to create an effect that you didn't prepare for. It's very expensive and only available to people who have a 100 in Nexus. But it's extremely powerful and very versatile. just arrived and saying this without much context, but are you still looking for ideas on how to build a spell economy system? Are you determining how much of a resource it costs to cast spells and how much that resource replenishes? Yeah, we are working on that at the moment. So I have two classes of magic. We have the secular magic, which is based on mana, which I am going to have in the range of 0 to 1000. And the divine magic, which is based on a stat that accumulates and will burn you if you go over your maximum health. So it's actually based on your vitality. And the idea is like the divine magic burns you from the inside. So that's kind of our two resources. And they replenish over time for both, probably. I mean, I guess you could use an item or some other thing to get mana back. That could be like the in for classes of mages, though. So like maybe like a spell sword, if you stab somebody, you siphon mana from them. So that could be like their recharge, and then of course they have overtime recharge too. So if you're out of combat, you're not just there with like 4 points. You're like, yes. So I think that that's a good way. So you can. I want to finish writing this description. You can spend mana to enact an effect of your choosing, regardless of if a spell for that effect exists, subject to approval from your DM. I've always liked when games like Honkai Star Rail manage skill expenditure by making you meter it out over time, so you can't spam it all at the start of an encounter. Not using a spell generates 1 SP, and skills cost 1 or more SP to use. And there's a max of 5 the party can hold at a time, but that can be altered. That is a good point. I do also like the idea of not allowing you to Nova. I think that the major downside to using like a Nova style approach is that, I mean, for a one-off combat, it makes a lot of sense. But if you're in like a dungeon, you do have to kind of ration it out because you can't rest there. But yeah. There is a class actually that I'm making that doesn't start with all of its power. It actually has to build up power during combat. So it's like a dancer style class, and the way that they get more powerful is they build what is called momentum, and they spend momentum to deal incredibly high damage. But the thing is that they have to build it up, so it can cost 3, 4, 5 turns to get enough momentum to deal a very heavy attack. And then there's two subclasses of that. There's one that's a physical fighter and one that's a magical fighter. So the magical one would like spin a field of like magical energy, and then with the ebbs and flows of that field, time their spells to send one, like maybe a fireball with triple the radius. Stuff like that. Because the idea is like the stats are just going to define like the basic level of your stat. They're not the entire way. I want to plug the classes into this, if that makes sense. But yeah, Novaing is definitely a problem. Can't remember which game had the system, but in the distant past, I remember an equilibrium system for spellcasting, basically like initiative. Every character's equilibrium starts at a different state at the start of battle, and it's either waxing, increasing to its peak, or waning, reducing to its lowest point, before it goes back in the other direction. At your equilibrium peak, you have access to all your mana / your best spells. At equilibrium low, you have access to very little, and you have to pick your movements per character. That's interesting, actually. That is a very interesting way to do it. So they all have kind of like a timing thing as well, where they have waxes and waning, or waning and waxing to their power. That's interesting. Hmm. That is a cool system. But I do agree, like the ability to cast basically all of your magic at the beginning of battle does kind of create a problem where spellcasters can end fights nearly immediately. Yeah. I actually think what it might be a good idea to do is limit how quickly you gain mana back. I'm not sure how much it makes sense for the etheric classes because they are like the divine magic is incredibly expensive, but it's extremely powerful. So like there is a spell that costs 150, and the maximum Aether Burn you're gonna have is about 400. And if you go past 400, you start burning your health. And also, there's a couple spells that used health too. You don't want to use those over your max health limit. I think the minimum cost is 150 burn and 50 health. That's an expensive one. That's 200 health. But yeah. Once again, we're not through even designing the system yet. So when we get to play testing, we'll find all of these issues. Stuff like that. With class systems, it's usually quite fine to make it so that higher classes or more magic-focused classes replenish more mana / generate the resource faster than classes that are lower or less magic-intensive. Yeah, that's kind of like what I was saying with like the spell sword. It's like maybe you siphon magic by using your sword, so you have to switch between using magic and using your sword to regain magic. So maybe maybe instead of your maximum mana increasing by an amount, maybe we increase it by a ratio. So that it doesn't, because if you have a maximum mana of like 100, this at level 30 increases your maximum mana by 150%. So maybe we increase it by, let's see, the maximum design mana pool was 1,000. This would increase it by 150 at level 30, so that would be 15%. We'll just say 25% because it's easier. And we will round it down. So this is actually better for that generic 1,000 mana pool. And makes more sense for classes with less mana. I think that is a big improvement. This might actually be too powerful. We'll put it 25%. And then what was the Aether Burn resistance of Deva? Did I specify it? I did not. I don't know if my experience will help with this, but I've developed skill magic XP class systems for some projects before. There's some giant spreadsheets and Google Docs in my past. Yeah. This is my first time designing one. I have like the general idea that I want etheric power to be kind of like a self-burn system and for magic or like regular magic to be kind of like a typical mana system. I didn't want to use spell slots. That's the main reason I did mana. Is I when I've played casters in D&D, I really find the spell slot system to be annoying. So I didn't want to use spell slots. I've just realized this is not true because the Nexus stat. This isn't right. Hold on. Also, I don't ever specify your initial value for point buy. How do I want to define this? We'll leave this as what it was before. Sounds like you want 2 separate energy sources / mana for your spells, then 1 for Anima and 1 for Almighty. So the way that it kind of works is that you have 2 different fields of magic, and you have 2 different resistances to them. So if you're more attuned towards the secular magic, you can resist secular magic more effectively. But you can't cast divine magic. You can only cast one type. You can't have the ability to cast both at the same time. So it is 2 separate fields of magic that derive their power from 2 different places. And they do have some overlap. So like you can cast fireball using divine magic, and it's going to be one spicy fireball. But there are some things that secular magic can do that the divine magic can't. And there are some things that the divine magic can do that secular magic can't. So like, for example, using divine magic, you can actually cast resurrection, but secular magic can't do that. You cannot resurrect somebody with secular magic. Even if you're, big Chungus turbo caster, you cannot resurrect. It's actually just impossible. Whereas divine magic, they actually can't teleport. It's just not possible. So they can't use teleportation. They can be subjected to teleportation, but they can't cast it themselves. And the interesting thing is that in the armies of the gods, they do actually have some people who don't have the ability to cast their magic. Why not have 2 separate energy sources but make them interact with each other? E.g., you can cast some magic from the opposite school, but it's cost and multiplied. Funny you should mention. The super trait of Aether Nexus is that you can learn 2 etheric spells from other domains that have twice the cost. It's kind of the same thing. It's not 2 different energy sources. There is actually a third energy source, third type of magic, but it's kind of secret. So it's not going to appear here. But yeah. The problem is like the world. Why did I just disappear? Okay. VTube Studio has crashed. Okay. VTube Studio couldn't handle it. Get this going again. I have to connect to VTube Studio again. If it will connect, please. Please? There we go. All right. Third magic source screams the bad guys in the plot will use it, and players who use the secular/divine have to team up to overpower them. Maybe. There's definitely not a project I have where that exact thing happens. I mean, technically anybody can use it, which is the problem. It is terrifying when people realize they can just do that. Also, a Redder, yeah. You've got me clucked. Clucked? Damn. I've been chickenified. Chicken fired. Damn. But yeah. I always like hearing about other people's systems. Like, the idea of having two different classes of magic is actually really cool like that. Having Anima and Almighty. But the problem is my magic system is already defined, and this system that I'm making is in that world, so it does have to follow those rules. But yes. We might leave this as it is. We need to start writing spells too. Because the spell book is currently empty. We need to make a spell book. It'd be sick. Of like cool pages and shit. I need to get rid of this. These are already defined above now. And how do I delete a table? I can delete columns. Cool. Alright. I just find it useful to analyze magic systems, class systems, XP systems from other games of media. I've never seen the etc. I've never seen the equilibrium system used more than once, for example, but it certainly throws out the monotonous combat system of nuke 'em in turn 1. Yes, 100%. That is something I might have to deal with as well, is that theoretically, what's stopping you from sending your most powerful spell on turn 1? You know? I think that probably the way that I'll deal with that is that magic regeneration is going to be pretty low. So like over a long rest, for example, or the equivalent of a long rest, you would fully regenerate, but over the day, you might regenerate 50% of your mana pool. Or maybe even 100% over the day, but that means you only have 2 pools to deal with, so if you're casting a spell that costs 200, you only get 10 of those over the entire day. So. There's also the thing that, like, it'll be kind of like D&D's magic system where spells have a lot of effects, but for example, if you throw Fireball and the enemies are spread out, you haven't really achieved that much. So that's another thing to think about too. I'm going to place modifiers on the next page. Why did it right align? That's so weird. Why does the didn't? All right. Oh yeah, we also have a thing that stops you from making well-rounded characters. If you don't have any if you don't have any negative modifiers, you can't gain fortune. And fortune is kind of like the it's a negative feedback loop. Damn, he really hit me with the morning unk. That's crazy. If the intention is to prevent strongest spell on turn 1, but after some build, you're fine with some spamming of big flashy stuff. Modified equilibrium system where characters always start like 40% equilibrium and it's rising might fix that. So you got to build up to the big stuff, but once you do, you can go nuts. Yeah, another thing I can do is add channeling. So you're vulnerable while you cast it. But yes, we do have a system, a negative feedback loop called fortune. Where if you're rolling really well, you gain misfortune, which will make it more likely that you end up failing. And then if you're rolling really poorly, you gain fortune, which will bring you back to having a good roll. So it makes people who are rolling well be like, oh shit, when is this gonna stop? And the people who are rolling poorly, like, please, will actually get an answer. Choosing your class, and then we just have this table. Something that I really like for DOS 2 is environmental interaction efforts for casting. How do you mean? Oh, you mean like how in Baldur's Gate you can like freeze shit if you cast ice spells and like set shit on fire too? I definitely think that environmental effects are really good too. Cast a water spell into fire, it turns into steam, and then you can cast lightning into the steam to turn it into steam that stuns. Interesting. No underwater fire casting. What's the point of having fire magic? Turn fire into holy fire that heals. Interesting. In my world, you could turn fire into soul fire that really fucks the shit out of anybody who walks into it. That's gonna do a lot of damage. I might make another document for the spellbook. Let's make another document for the spellbook. It opened another window. Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? That's so wacky. If you cast Blood Rain and then you... Oh my god. Nuclear Bomb, the spell. No, a silly catman who would be a bit strong with that. Perhaps. He might be a little strong with a blood explosion spell. Let's see. I cast America wants to talk to you about the oil you found in your air fryer. Yes. I definitely think environmental spells are a really good idea. So I've rewritten. I saved this into a new thing, so I don't have to change the window. I should have probably taken the header from the other file. I mean, I could just undo this. All right. Oh yeah, that's right. Did I ever write that down? Did I ever write that down? Shit. I need to look at something. There's like 15 different fields of magic, and I don't know if I wrote them down. Various things. .docx. It's a singular Steam community link. What the hell did I do? Ah, I see. Where is the... I don't know where. Prone just skips your turn. Shit. That's rough. Document Monday. What did I do on Monday? Oh. This is the beginning of an advertisement for the VMC recorder, which never did release. It is planned to release soon. Where is projects? Writing. Document Monday, but a different Monday, apparently. Nope. This document. One of these is going to be the magic fields. Nope, this is an outline for that. I mean, that makes sense. That is in a folder literally named the same as the story. What is this? Why do I have so much shit outside of folders? Thursday. Nope, this is the player's guide. Cinema. I have a subheader that says elf, and then the text under it is elves. Cool. Shit. That's unfortunate. Is it in... Did I write it in the Crescent? What? Why did I name all these files so fucking weirdly? Ah, I see. See, this is an interesting document that I cannot show you because it actually shows the list of what gods are able to do. And like what amount of their energy it takes. I have numbers. Right. Where is this? This was 2025. Holy shit. I wrote this a year ago. Holy fuck. Does it have information about magic? No. Well then. Oh shit. We know what the bird people are named. I forgot to put them in the list. Wait, we need to go back. Chat, we gotta go back. It opened in another... Fuck, god damn it. It opens in another window. Did I spell it right? Nope, they are M. Oopsies. Alright. Only 1 year, huh? Yeah. Look, in my defense, I was 4 in 2006. So... I wasn't writing... I mean, I was writing. It just wasn't very good. Well, I mean, I wasn't writing when I was 4, but I wrote earlier. And it was really bad. And I deleted the Word doc. And it will never see the light of day. Probably because I don't have it anymore. I wasn't even born. Yep. In my defense, I procrastinated. Literally, I know the feeling. I procrastinate all the fucking time. Ah. I forgot that Deva are considered an extraterrestrial race because they're not on Fuse. Interesting. I forgot about that. We're just gonna copy and paste this entire race definition directly into the file, and I will deal with it when I remember that it's here. Which will probably not happen for quite some time. I am still looking for the list of spell types. I know I have one, but I don't know where it is. Tabletop RPG? Yes. I am trying to find my shit. It's not in here. It's probably not going to be under gods. It might be here. Nope, there's nothing in this folder. Well, shit. How could have been the art? There is nothing under Sonic. Yikes. I may not have the notes. It's not going to be under VGen stuff, I don't think. Unless I really fucked up my organization. This is an empty document. Destroy. Unless I wrote it in one of these random files that it shouldn't be in. I may not have it. Ooh. Interesting. I have... This is some old shit right here. I have documentation about the names of the songs I was going to put in my game from January 17th, 2025. I have... Oh, fuck. Look at this dumbass. Hold on, I have to open ShareX again. Dude, this is how you know you're really good at writing. This is how you know you're good at writing. First off, yes. I'm pretty sure they do. In my defense, I was probably talking about mine. Let's see. This is more internal knowledge about the story that isn't useful because I'm looking for magic nodes. It might just be somewhere on the base. The problem is I don't have here. Let's see. Document Monday. My beloved. Here's a diagram. I need to name my fucking documents. Holy shit. I have so many documents that are just named dates. What are these documents? At least your to-do list didn't contain scratch ass record findings. This is really old VMC recorded performance data. This is information about Insanity Engine and the advertisement. This is one page. I'll just delete it. Delete. I have the Wheel of Whimsy. What the hell is the Wheel of Whimsy? Oh, the Wheel of Whimsy was going to be for the Donathon. I never did it. I think I forgot about it. Move to trash. I'm actually really surprised I don't have this document. Why do I not have the... Maybe it's in here? I have song lyrics? Why? I don't have any songs with lyrics. I only write instrumentals. Could this be where I see it and I change that? Why do I have text from the website? From when I was writing the thing. Ah, yeah, no, that makes sense. We may not have the document, chat. Either that or it's probably in fucking docx format on my hard drive, and I'm over here fucking about my my Google Drive clone. Wait, I just found it. Interesting. The problem is, one, it is very low burns. Interesting. I actually have information about Soul Shatter from when it was called Soul Damaged. Yeah. So this is... I need to move this. I need to store this locally. Make a... You know, I want to download it. Export into ODT. Best effort conversion. It seems to work. All right. I need to change this to burdened old ass spell info. Unfortunately, none of it is secular spells. It's only divine magic. That I immediately forgot about and started redefining, apparently. So that's one of the things of all time. I can't go up a folder. What the fuck? Free me! Unhand me. Wait, where are all of the... Where are all of the ODT documents saving? Oh, they're in portable apps documents. That makes sense. All right. Okay. So bad news is we don't have the spell list. We also don't even have information about what types of magic there are, or were. Which is quite problematic because I had like 15 of them. I'm going to quickly check my user folder and see if it's in there. Writing. It might be in... Oh. None of these should be on the NAS. None of these should be. I should probably delete these. Hold on. One moment. I need to go find a USB. None of these documents are so much so that I'm going to interrupt what I'm doing now to delete them. I need to format this drive. Oh, what is the main partition? It is. Where did my folder go? What the fuck? I was doing things. Okay. I'm going to take this entire folder. I'm going to move it here. And then I'm going to have to go log into the NAS and delete it. This is really old information that is also identifiable. Let me go log into the NAS, delete my account folder. Oh, I don't have the login. I'm going to have to change my password. If I remember correctly, the password has a pretty low limit. I think the limit is 32 characters. So I have to make it a very weak trash password that isn't 900 characters long. Okay, so I don't do this, log out. Now I can sign in my snazzy new password. Is this almost done? 84%. So slow. Okay. Go to my recycle bin. Wait, I can't even go to my own recycle bin? Do I not have a recycle bin? um... Jeez. So use the password 984-964-519-61321. Yeah. Okay. So it's not in my user folder. Did this copy anything? Okay. Casually take a couple looks around my old Obsidian vault for the word, not music, what the fuck, magic. We'll search in file contents too, just for shits. Styles.css. Cinema. Mechanics. Nope. Probably not in here. All right. Okay. For whatever reason, I do not seem to have any surviving documentation about the magic. Which is weird because I never delete shit. Unless it's in this folder. Do I even have the password to this archive? Nope. This isn't even available on my local archive. So I'll move that here too. Oh, I don't need this. Okay. Sorry, I know I'm getting like super quiet and fucking mysterious, but I'm just going through and making sure I'm not. I actually don't have it, etc. Oh, I do have a recycle bin for the user homes folder. I can't delete them from my user account, which is the weird bit, but you do you. All right. Okay, we don't have the magic information. So wait, there's one more place to check. Sorry, it's just there was a lot of work put into this. I've just realized I have this amazing thing called Google Drive, which very well could have it. What is this? Chronological timeline. Oh, cinema. I don't need that. This is yet more performance information for VMC Recorder. I have so much of it. Google Drive, was that some kind of invisible magic? Yes. It is pretty magical. Realistically, it's not going to be on this account, but we'll check. My drive. It was not on this account. All right. So past everything, that means it is one of two things. It is either in a notebook somewhere and I actually didn't put it into a computer at all and I'm just dumb as shit, or I never wrote it and I'm going insane. Both of which I deem equally possible. It's just crazy. I'm pretty sure that I wrote an entire thing about magic. What if I just search magic? Nothing. Well, I tried. Okay. I can only assume that I do not have it. Either that or it's in Windows died, and I just never checked, which I didn't check. I have a document called emailpasswords.txt, which does actually have the email passwords for every single. Okay, I should probably delete that. Just actually has all of the passwords. How do I have this information? That's really annoying. I'm gonna end up finding it in like 2 weeks, and I'm gonna be livid. What if someone's password was just Wasperd? Literally. Okay. We're just gonna have to go make we're gonna make the fields of magic again. So there are many fields of magic. Fields of magic. So we have your typical elemental magic. You have blood magic. You have, I want to say this shadow magic. I had so much written. I'm gonna lose sleep over this. Hold on, I have one. Okay, sorry. I need to see. Book. I don't know where it is, but I have a book that if I do still have any information about the magic, it's gonna be in that. I did thinking. Oh, maybe this has it. Hold on. Nope, that is a singular. It's a singular page. Great notebook, asshole. Okay. Second one. Nope, this is crowd control plans. I guess it could be in here actually. I never even thought to look, which is pretty funny. I'm gonna go for now, but would you like me to just boom bam join and leave the Discord so you can friend me? So you can decide if you want to do brainstorming stuff? Sure. If you want to join the Discord, let me show you. Let me send the link. Here is the link. I hit copy link and it doesn't give me an opportunity to paste. All right, there it is. We have join request turned on, so don't be surprised if it asks you. I think it literally just asks you for a funny thing and where you found me. But yeah, you can join if you want. I do like to brainstorm things. I'm very much a scenario guy. I'll tell it, yes, I'm a robot. That usually works out. Yeah, that might work. I am going to lose sleep over how I don't have my magic notes. Shit. I even had information about which one of them were. Because, like, I seem to remember blood magic is pseudoscience. Or I guess pseudo magic, because magic isn't science. But, like, it's not effective. It's not as effective as other magic types. But I don't have that documentation. Give you an idea of how much this annoys me. I still have the index cards that were the first documentation of a lot of my characters. Back when I decided to write an index card for a new character. So many of my characters are here. Was she specified twice? Hold on. Is she here twice? Nope. Uh-oh. Yeah. We have the first god of love is in here. Have the commander of the army, the king, the queen. Huh? What have a guy named Ken? Okay, so not all of these are characters. Some of these are kanji, but um, I have a lot of the very early documentation, and I'm missing an entire fucking mechanical documentation, which is pretty bad. Um, so that is annoying me. Um, I'm pretty sure I'm a robot cinema. Nope, this is information about my tower defense project. The notebook has a really distinct design. I just cannot seem to remember where I put it. It's just got like pink clouds and stuff on it. All right, take care for now. I gotta decide if I want to eat something and be more responsible because I ate not that long ago. Yeah, but thanks for stopping by and thanks for sharing ideas. I looked through our old messages and didn't see anything that would help. Yeah, I don't think I sent it. Fuck. But like that was like a full fucking week of writing that I don't have anymore. Dicks. Um, I have notebook pages from the D&D campaign. Let us see if mayhap some of this D&D documentation, also known as DNDD, contains information. Some of this is not. Oh, I have more character cards. Um, who are these guys? Uh, interesting. We have information about the original game. We have a city definition. Take that. Wait. Have some magic information. Oh dear, I was gonna make a fucking map of the entire city. That was ambitious. Oh shit, we have. Wait, hold on a minute. Take a look at this again. Wait a minute. So, that's not information about the D&D campaign. That's the information about my first D&D campaign. That is very old. Why do I have... I have a bunch of music terms. Oh dear, I have the spell quality table. That was an experience. I apparently wrote the, the number of the police here. Wild. Have guards. I have a bunch of character information. Oh, wild. Wait. Ah, this is all information from the old D&D campaign. I used the same capital name. I'm so fucking lazy. Okay. Uh, um, yeah. Oh, I remember this one. This is where we had a combat that lasted 9 hours. This is probably the reason I thought I already used that city name because I probably did. Um, did I have information about? Oh shit! This isn't going to have my uh information about magic, but it is quite interesting. I will probably take and implement a lot of these cities because why not? Um, we will put in some cities from my old campaign. It was bad when I didn't know what combat that is because it wasn't uncommon. Yeah, look, I run a high lethality, high combat campaign. Um, these are medical records. It's probably not gonna have my magic system in it. God, I have so much fucking documentation about shit. Do I still need? Well, actually, I do kind of need a lot of these. Um, all right. I need to go put away. I might have to go. I have no fucking clue what the books are. Legitimately no idea. I've looked the past 30 minutes. Been looking for 30 minutes. Um, find even a single one of them. Damn. Tough shit, huh? Um, even now I'm like looking everywhere. I'm like, oh, if I just do a fucking 520, I'll see it for sure. You know? Um, but no, it's probably gone. I don't think I have the documentation. I do have some interesting documentation that I need to go through. Um, but uh, realistically, I do not have the information. second I say that, I found it. I stood up to stretch, and immediately I saw it. Now watch it have no information. Chad, I've got some bad fucking news. It is 1 page long. I think I took most. Okay. You have a bunch of other notebooks I can quickly run through. This one's creased. Oh, here we go. Here's more information. These are all. Oh. Okay. We have a lot of more up-to-date information in this. Oh, fuck, it always cuts off before it gets to the good shit. Okay. I mean, it is up-to-date or more up-to-date information. Races I created in mid-2025 is the most recent data in that. But we still have 4 more notebooks to go through. These are... I've written something in Edenic. Okay. This is when I decided to write in small caps. And when I say small caps, I mean I'm using probably a third of these lines. None of that information, technical information. This book is empty. My concern is, what if I destroyed the... If I thought it wasn't important and then shredded it. Here's information about the game. With some cool things. This is a lot of information. Yep. This is a lot of information. My to-dos, crazy. Okay, that's the end of the book. Okay, I've gone through all of my things. I definitely don't have any of the information. So I'm going to officially give up because I've said that I'm going to give up, and then I've kept looking for like 6 times. So I'm officially giving up. It's not in any of the documents I thought it would be. Which means the documentation is lost. Unless it's not, but I'm not going to go. I was thinking, maybe it's on the laptop. I could go look, but I don't want to. So, going to move on. We're going to have to redesign Magic, unfortunately. So, you do have your standard. I guess elemental magic is split into a bunch of different fields. I guess the question is, do we want fields or schools of magic? I don't like using the word school because it's kind of not technically correct. It's different. Endeavors, different categories, I guess categories is a good name for it. Categories. So you have your elemental magic. So it's going to be your fire, your ice, your fire again. You're going to have blood magic, which is its own category. You have necromancy. You have, I mean, blood magic and necromancy kind of go the same-ish. Well, okay, the difference is that blood magic isn't, it's not real, if that makes sense. Like, it has effects, but they're not as potent as actual magic. You have necromancy, which is real. Is it real? Necromancy might not be possible. If a body requires a soul to be maintained, then a zombie can't exist. Or an undead. I mean, I guess if they have souls, but I don't know. Necromancy is a question mark. It may not exist. Or it could be some other animus. I don't know. We'll have to come back to necromancy. This is why I wanted to find the document so much. Yeah, we'll just fuck off and make more as we go. So, elemental magic. Elemental magic. Heading 1. We have sorry, I got thing on my, yeah. All right. All right. We need to make a heading 2, which we'll call, all right. Jump scare me with the heading 2 edit dialogue. Call it fire spray. So this is going to be a lesser flame spell with a short range, probably 15 feet. Range is 15-foot cone. Does it not know the word cone? Okay. It's gonna cost, what's the base mana you get? If the maximum is 1,000 for a design mana, what is the minimum? You could start with 100 plus 30 per level. Yeah, we'll just do that. So this is going to require so let's say range 15-foot cone. We might actually take some time to make this look good. So say cost 10 Nexus, or actually you have to have at least 30 to cast, don't you? Player guide. I don't remember what the thing is. I spent so long looking for the book that I didn't even find. It does cost 30, so it has to be at least 30. This is available if you can cast magic. Say it costs 6 mana or 7 mana. And then we can move our tab stops. What are these tab stops? Okay. Now we're talking. All right. Then these will be italicized gray. Create a spread of flames in front of you. Every target in the range takes 2d6 fire damage. If I guess it doesn't have a save. I mean, yeah, no, it doesn't have a save. It just you take damage. I don't know if I want to put saves for magic like this because they can resist it for minus 50% damage anyway. So it's a very simple spell. I want to take this heading to open the sidebar. How do I open the sidebar? Is it F11? Nope. Is it F12? Nope. Hold on. If I go to... How do I do it? I don't know what the button is. Chat. I don't... Control F5. Okay. That is certainly one of the keybinds of all time. Okay. So I want to create this as a new heading 2, which we'll call spell name. Next style will be body text. Next style is called spell information. Can now go back to spell name. Change the next style to be spell information. Now, theoretically, if I spell name, I got lied to. It did not set the next to body text or to spell information. It's supposed to though. So tab stop at 1 inch and tab stop at 2 inch. Okay. Right, now we go back here. I just want to make this as automatic as possible because it'll make my life easier as we go. Okay. If I spell name, say Sumga. All right. Cool. It works now. How different is this compared to the stats in D&D? So the health is on a scale of 0 to not 0. Hopefully you don't get 0. It's up to 400 at max level. Max level is 30. And mana is from 100 to 1000 at max level of 30. The combat is more involved. You basically need a calculator. And there's no like, I mean, I'm not sure if I want to do spell saves and stuff. I mean, there probably will be because we have an entire stat for it, but generally, if you're attacked, you are probably going to get hit. I haven't figured out how I want to do that with ranged spells yet, or ranged attacks in general, but like melee attacks never miss. You can dodge them and you can block them, but they will never just miss. So the idea is it's a lot more lethal now that I'm thinking about it. A lot of the ways that you can reduce damage in D&D, like having better armor class and stuff, you don't really have here. I mean, you can, I guess your armor would just give you flat damage reduction. And then you have 2 systems of magic, which I need to set up the other one, but I just found the document for it. Originally, this system was going to be a mod of D&D. It was just going to be D&D 5e with heavy modification, but I figured it was sufficiently different that I should probably just make my own system. Okay, we've also using Thaco. Yes. We could use Thaco. But no, the idea is that you can choose to, so if you're attacked, right, you can choose to dodge or block. Dodging, if you succeed, you take no damage. If you fail, you take full damage. And blocking, if you succeed, you take half damage, and if you fail, you take 3/4. So blocking is guaranteed to reduce the damage, but dodging is the only one that can get you like out of it without any damage at all. And then magic resistance is 50, 100, which is kind of the same as D&D. We do. I'm trying to think of good spell names. Also trying to remember all the ones I had. Let's see. Deluge, which is Nexus 30, 10 mana. Range is I shouldn't be defining these in feet. These should be in 5. These should be in meters, because everything else is in meters. You have a 20-meter targeting range. And then a 3-meter radius. I would skip names for now. Yeah. Create. That's not body text. What the fuck? Okay. Create a cloud of rain over a point you can see in range. The cloud starts a torrential rain starts from the cloud and lasts for 30 seconds. Because I do want to have a lot of maybe 3 meters isn't a very large radius. You know what? We'll say it's a 10-meter radius and you can target within 60 meters. Which is a large, it's 180 feet for a 30-foot radius. It's a utility spell, because I do like the idea of having a lot of elemental or like environmental spells, because I think that that's interesting and fun, and I like interesting and fun. We do need, of course, our firebolt. Nexus 35. That'll cost 10 mana. Range is 30 meter. Throw a bolt. Hold on. Okay. Throw a flaming bolt at your target. At a target you can see within range, the target takes. Actually, this is a ranged spell attack. You can miss. We do have to figure that out, don't we? Because ranged attacks are weaker because you can miss, and then they can choose whether or not to dodge or block. Hmm. Anyway, on a hit, the target takes 3d6 fire damage. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of fire magic. We could put fireball in. We have to put fireball in. It's too much of a classic. If it would stop selecting the wrong place, so I could apply a spell name. Fireball. Nexus 50. 30 mana. Manage 30 mana. Range is 30 meter. Throw a ball of roaring flames at a target you can see within range. On a hit, actually this has a 3 meter radius. On a hit, the ball, or actually on impact, whether you hit or not, the ball erupts into flames, engulfing a engulfing a sphere of engulfing the area in flames. In engulfing the area. Every target within range takes 8d6. No, that's too high. 5d6 fire damage. We're gonna add psychomancy. All flammable objects within the radius ignite. We could also. I've got another one. Sun Sphere. Nexus 70. 50 mana. Range is 30. Actually, is 50 meter. 5 meter radius. Create a or choose a point within range that you can see. Or create a large ball of fire at a point within range you can see. Each creature within the radius takes 3d8 fire damage at the beginning of their turn while they are in range. On your turn as an act, you may move this sphere up to 5 meters in any direction. We need a duration. Duration tags my beloved. Oh dear lord. Duration 30 seconds. Spell ends eerily if the sun sphere is doused in water. Trying to think of any cool flame magic. I've got a cool idea, but I need a good name. You said to skip the names, but I'm on the names. The name has got to be cool. I mean, the classic heat metal. I don't think heat metal is something that we would have. You could create flame next to the metal, I suppose. But direct raising the temperature of a metallic object is probably not something I would have. Casual, define. Hmm. That is true. It does have other uses because a lot of these are combat magic that don't have other uses. I mean, this is literally just an escalating. This is just an escalating amount of how much fire you throw at somebody. Hmm. Nexus 80. Nexus 40. I want it to be available at lower levels because it's not in and of itself super powerful, but it's cool. It's cinema, and that's what matters. Range is range is a 10-meter circle. Duration is 1 minute. Cast your arms to each side and draw and create a circle of flames that engulf or that surrounds you and a target. Each creature on the border of the circle is sent outwards. The spell lasts for 1 minute or until until either you or your target are incapacitated. We're going to change this to each creature except you and your target are expelled from the circle. The spell lasts for under 1 minute until or the spell lasts for 1 minute until you or your target are incapacitated. Any creature attempting to cross the border of the circle takes 6d6 fire damage. So it's literally just a compelled duel, but it's a fire arena. The first thing that comes to mind when I think about it is the Puss in Boots movie when Death does the thing and he sends the fire around Puss, but it's a 10-meter circle, so it's not very much space. Any creature that crosses. Circle of roaring flame surrounds you and a target. Come to think of it, heat metal probably isn't secular magic, it's probably divine magic. It would probably be in the divine spell list. $20 mana seems cheap. At max level, you could do this 50 times. Oh, another thing. And spells and projectiles from outside the circle cannot reach side. Actually, maybe that's not a good idea. Because technically... Okay, you can no longer target an ally. Low level globe of invulnerability. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We might remove the projectiles cannot come from the outside. Because it really does. It is kind of busted. See, this is kind of good because you are by nature a min-maxer, so you have very good insight about how this could be exploited. Let's see. Just because I'm right, exactly. What other flame magic should we put in? You know what? Fuck it. We'll put in a bit of immolation. Nexus 80. 70 mana. Range 30 meter. Duration, no duration. Choose a target within range. The target erupts into flames, taking 8d8 fire damage. Actually, that's pretty cheap for 100 for 8d8. Be 140. It'll be 100 mana. This is going to be where playtesting is going to do a lot. All flammable objects on the target ignite. Seems really good. Any other good fire magic? You know what? We do have another one. Fire shield. Nexus 50. It is. Is the system more of a slugfest, or do you want to suggest more non-direct attack spells? Well, actually, this is a non-direct attack spell. Encase yourself in a shield of flame. All flammable projectiles. Targeting or all flammable projectiles burn into ash. And deal no damage. You are immune to fire damage for the duration of this spell. And it is duration 30 seconds. Yeah, not a lot of non-direct attack spells is also very important. The thing is, though, like, there is a split between what secular magic can do and what only divine magic can do. And that's one of the problems. Like, heat metal is technically only available to divine magic. But you could just throw a fireball at a metal thing. You know, that gets the job done. But there's also a cool thing, like we could encase a weapon in flame. What would I call it? Imbue Ember. I don't know. I just like the word Ember. Nexus 40? 15 mana. Range. Yes. I don't know what the range is. Range is 10 meter. Duration is 5 minutes. You could maybe do a spell to burn yourself to give some form of haste. That is an interesting idea, actually. There's a lot of things you could do with fire. Imbue a weapon with an essence of flame. The weapon uh, uh, emits flames for the duration of the spell and does an additional 2d6 fire damage on hit. We could also do like there could be a spell to like cauterize a wound too. But I don't know if I'm gonna even have a let me pull up Wildfire Druid. Oh dear. I mean, one of the things is I don't want to just copy the D&D spell list. So that is on. If my players want to do that, they are free to do things homebrew. But as the designer, I can't just use Hasbro's content. They'll send the Pinkertons. It would be interesting if there was a spell to. What's my favorite spell I created so far? We don't have that many. There's only a few. I lost my documentation about all of the magics, so I have to start from zero. But I do like Ember Arena. It is quite fun. But also welcome. How you doing? Um, it would be cool to have a spell that turns water into flammable water. Is this a good idea? Almost certainly not. But I do know what I'm going to call it. No duration. Taint a body a body of water no larger than 10 meters across with oil. The water is now flammable. Yeah, that you can see. Within range. I mean, technically, I don't think I need to write within range. You know, it's the worst thing. What? It'd be really funny if I forget and ship BP oil spill. Yeah. Send this to Ant. Where's Ant? Where the have I not sent a message to Ant in like forever? What the fuck? Here he is. $20 mana for 66 seems better than 100 mana for 88. That is True. Well, that is also if they attempt to cross the border of the circle. But you are right. This is probably low damage, especially for an 80 stat. We'll go through and balance everything later. I'm just trying to get definitions down. Immediately thought blood oil. Well, that's not water. Blood isn't water. It's got water in it, hopefully, unless you're really dehydrated. But it's not water. Taint of body of water that you can see within range, no larger than 10 meters across with oil. Water is now flammable. Like 85%. I mean, yeah, but you wouldn't call Coca-Cola water, would you? um, what's the cutoff? That's a good question. I have not heard of that oil field. Saltwater is 96%. It would be pretty funny if it had to be freshwater. you can't you can't do oil spill in salt water. Historically inaccurate oil spill. Only distilled, yeah. American oil company drills for oil in the Amazon rainforest and screws up the whole ecosystem. In today's news that shocks absolutely nobody. There's one thing we do, and it's drill oil. Trying to think of other good fire spells. There should probably be a way to extinguish fire. That would be under the fire elemental stuff. That is true. We should probably specify voluntary. Should we give damage if you involuntarily move across it? Like 1d6? I'm not sure. Depending as if you're going to have as much forced movement as exists in 5e. I mean, there will probably be a decent amount of forced movement. Like blasts that throw you. Probably Psychomancy will have a lot of involuntary movement from mental influence? What's the word? Interference? I don't know. Ooh. Oh no. Hold on. One moment. Casual look at something. Okay. So I did just notice something. What's a tabletop RPG? Kamichu, are you aware of Dungeons and Dragons? spike growth, force movement combos in D&D are quite strong. That's 2d4 per 5 foot. You've heard of D&D? That is a tabletop RPG. I was thinking, what if you did Deluge and then did BP oil spill to make it an entire flammable area with a 10-meter radius? I fixed the YouTube chat. Nope, it just decided to start working again. But yeah, you can't use Deluge and then BP oil spill because BP oil spill has a limit of 10 meters, and this is a 20 meter across. I mean, technically, I guess you could modulate this to make it 5 meter. It doesn't have to be 10 meter. It can be up to 10 meter. Why the range in Gray says 20 meter? You can be up to 20 meters away and do this. So 10 meter buffer? No. You can be 20 meters away from the water, and then that water can be no longer than 10 meters across. And then you can taint it with oil and make it flammable. Trying to think of every way to break these. Yeah, I mean, when we have more water spells, this is going to be a really terrifying spell, because there's going to be things like you could throw a sphere of water at somebody and knock them over, and then BP oil spill it, and then throw a fire at it, and then immolate somebody. Oh, we still need the extinguishing spell. Next is 30, 10 mana, range, 15 meter. See ya. Yeah. 30 meter targeting, 5 meter sphere. Choose a point within range that you can see. All cauterization to heal a wound. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. All open flames within a 5 meter sphere extinguish immediately. Yeah. My question is, cauterization, is it going to heal you or just stop you from dying? And if it does stop you from dying, does it we would have to have damage over time for like bleeding. Cauterize would be 40, say 20 mana. 15 mana. Range is probably 5 meter. Choose a wounded ally within range that you can. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be an ally. Creature that you can see. Maybe it's touch, actually. We'll call it 0 meter. Maybe we call it touch, because otherwise it just looks like it says so create a flame on a creature within range that cauterizes a wound. The creature regains 2d6 HP. What else? I mean, I know cauterization is painful. Is there any other? Sorry, cauterization for nosebleeds? What the fuck? I don't like that. Anyway, the creature regains 2d6 HP and the wound stops bleeding. Implement permanent nerve damage. Yes. The only problem is that 2d6 HP for 15 mana might be a little cheap. I might just leave it. No, you get up to 2 main spells. You have 1 spell cast per turn until you get to Nexus 50, and then you get 2. Actually, technically, you get as many acts as you have, which is usually 2. If you have 100 finesse, you get 3, which is where you get really scary because you could deluge BB oil spill and then set them on fire, all in 1 turn. That actually is a good point, is that you'd be able to set up a lot of effects immediately. Hold on. We might have to limit how many spells you can cast in a turn. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, perhaps allowing any number of spells per turn is not a good idea. This is where having classifications of spells would have been a good idea, but I don't have that in my system, so we will have to make do. I mean, I say that like I couldn't just implement it, but I don't like having bonus actions. It's annoying. All right. 2d6 is still maybe a little bit nice. What is the average on that? Old person, oil spill, fire shield. Huh? Does fire shield do I want it to ignite everything that you're in contact with? Being immune to fire damage is nice, though. It'd be nice to have a longer duration one, though. We could make an upgraded version of it. Fire Shield 2. Fire Boogle. Ligma Shield. Yeah. I was gonna name it Obsidian Skin, but I mean, that's what Terraria. I mean, I could just call it Obsidian Skin. Fuck it. Obsidian Skin is Nexus 70. Costs 100 mana, lasts for an hour. It does not give you the flammable projection or projectile removal, but you are immune to fire damage. Encase yourself in a layer or imbue your skin with obsidian. You're immune to fire damage for the duration of the spell. Theoretically, you could even go into like lava and go swim around and shit because you're fully immune to it. This is actually funny. I might it is pretty good because there's an area in the world that nobody can go to, and this would allow you to go there. It's actually kind of cheap for that. Interesting. Anyway, what else? What's some good fire stuff? Oh yeah, Blue. How do you like BP oil spill? We have a decent number of fire spells, but I want more. I might be slightly biased. Other fire spells. I want to try some buff spells as well, because most of these are attacks. How can we buff things? So you can imbue a weapon with flame. Theoretically, I guess you could grant obsidian skin to somebody else. Could give it range 10 meter. Imbue. Choose a target within range or yourself that you can see. Your target's skin is imbued with the essence of obsidian, and the target becomes immune to fire damage for the duration of this spell. Something funny in TOS 2 is normally even cursed fire will do 50 to 60 damage a turn, but there's this one time where an NPC summons lava that does a casual 8,000. That's the oopsie fire. Yeah. I do want to play Dust too, but I don't own it. What are some other ways that we could give fire buffs? We could, I mean, I guess if the weapon is flammable, it does not burn from this effect. Dedust 2, yes. I was gonna say we could imbue a bow with igniting the arrows, but this is literally just what Imbue Ember would do. We'll run out of money since Gear works like MMOs, where every level is plus like 15% stats. Damn. What's that one thing where like firefighters break open the windows and then the fucking house explodes? What's that called? Firefighter. You know what? Fuck it. YouTube.com/channel/@TomScott. Wait, it was the slow-mo guys, wasn't it? What? Fucking YouTube isn't showing me anything. It's a backdraft. That's the thing. Yeah. Let's see. It'd be cool if you could cause a backdraft at a point within range. But it would probably deal an insane amount of damage. This is literally an explosion. Hmm. Hmm. Do we allow people to create a backdraft? Or, if you're British, a backdraft? Hmm. It'd probably be upper level, expensive. Probably high range because if you use it next to you, you die. Say 5 meter sphere range, no duration. Choose a point within range that you can see. Um, I'm just looking at all the pictures. Wait, there's a video. Jeez, that is a loud fucking bang. Hypothetically, of course, how much would mustard gas vapors do? No, stop. I don't know how I want to explain a backdraft. Um, you know what? I'm not gonna do it. I can't be bothered. Chlorine from dragons plus fermented piss plus steam. Yes. I mean, that would do some damage. I don't know how to scientifically explain a backdraft in a spell description. Dragon piss. Oh, we could probably do create oil. Probably also Nexus 50. Probably cheaper because you're not making water flammable. And it'll have a radius. I mean, I guess you could just use this on water. No, this doesn't make sense. Alternatively, we just name this create oil. Extra dangerous dragon piss. Yeah. Choose a point within range that you can see. A 5 meter radius. 5-meter radius circle of oil appears on the ground, on the floor. 5-meter radius circle of oil appears. We're gonna change it to be generic so that you can use this to imbue water with oil. Or just create oil somewhere. What other cool thing? I want to do more buffs. Hold on. Flame orb. We love our orbs. Create an orb of flames in your hand. Create an orb of flames that orbits around you. It emits heat in a 5-meter radius. In a 5-meter sphere around it. The heat how do I describe this? It basically staves off cold, but doesn't make it hot. It emits heat in a 5-meter sphere around it, bringing shit. How do I describe this? Bringing the temperature to a comfortably warm level. Cold fire. Yes. Flamant orb. Flamant. It emits a cold aura. Bringing the temperature to a slightly uncomfortable level. Oh yeah, you're right. It should emit light. It also emits light in a sphere, in a or 15 meters. I'll probably have to rewrite all of these to be good, so it doesn't matter if the description is kind of shit. It emits light in a range of 5 meters. I will eventually read this and think that that's a typo, but I haven't yet. Bright light 10 meter, dim for another 10 meter. We don't discriminate between dim and bright light. It's just light. Minecraft mechanics. It emits a 15 level light for 5 blocks. Hmm. Also, the fun thing is this light is only visible within the range of the sphere. Yep. That could be another fun one. What would we call it though? I want it to be like, you know what? Fuck it, flare. Create a oh no, it's gonna be a fucking big light. It's gonna be 30 meters of light. Lights up a circle within a 15-meter radius. It lights up a circle with a radius of 15 meters. Create a sputtering ball of flame in your hand. It emits a 30-meter. It emits light. It lights up a circle with a radius of 30 meters with bright, colorful or colored light. You may choose the color of the flare. Is 30 meters a lot for light? I don't know. Duration, infinite. Probably like 15 minutes. How far does a flare light up? Visibility from 1 mile. That's not not see the flare. Not I don't care about how far away. If I am holding a flare, how far can I see? It says 15 to 30 feet. That 3 meters or so. Are they less bright than I remember? Maybe I've only seen flares from games that just fucking crank up the light. The ball. Yeah, they're not very good for illuminating the area. I've been lied to. The flare is visible from 5 kilometers away. I mean, we're assuming that you have invulnerability to the things that you created. How far away are flares visible in kilometers? It says 5 to 64 kilometers. We'll say 5. I don't think we're going to need 64-kilometer flares. Um, torch. You create a torch in your hand. It is lit and casts light. Casts emits a circle of light 30 meters, not 30 meters, 10 meters in radius. Spell idea, forest fire. The nearest forest to you, whether you can see it or not, catches on flame immediately. Catches on fire immediately. Is engulfed in flame immediately. I mean, who's gonna know that you cast it? 100 mana is so cheap for it. You could do that 10 times. More accurately, you can do this at level 1. You pick up a spell. You pick up like a scroll, and you cast the spell, and it sets a forest on fire. Oopsies! Why do you have forest fire in your magic shop? Paper tells. Oh no! Look how fast he messed up the lore of the world. Yeah, immediate. We are making spells. I might move on to a different element because I think we have a decent fire spell list. We have like 20 fire spells. Alright, I'm a twin cast. Oh no. Spell name inside job. to make my app faster? No, I've kind of given up on making it faster for the VMC stuff because it is really. I'm gonna have to fully rewrite it. This is the problem. So 5 minutes for 19 hours is not that bad. And sure, that's cope, but shut up. The location of the nearest gold cache is revealed, and the owner takes 2d6 explosive. Oh, you know what? Fire shield should probably make you immune to cold damage too. Obsidian skin won't though. Okay. Let's move on to water spells. So we have Deluge, which makes it rain for 30 seconds. We need I'm trying to come up with a name. So I have an idea of a spell. Essentially, you hurl a sphere of like half a meter of water at somebody, and it hits them, and they might get knocked over if they fail some like fucking finesse check or something. What do I call that? Because I want to call it something like Bubble Blast, but I'm very acutely aware that that's the name of a skill in Power World. Oh, the Missouri, yes. Oh, the misery. Sounds like a big water balloon. Exactly. Sorry, finesse check was this 3.5 edition. It might as well be. I mean, we have some wacky stats. Mainly because I didn't want to put I didn't want to put intelligence in the game, so there just isn't intelligence. If I switch my thing, that's the wrong one. I switch my thing. We have here's my finesse stat. So it's basically dexterity. And this is our problem for casters because that's really good. It's like big water balloon, yes. But yeah, we have strength, finesse, vitality, will, nexus, and ether nexus, which are these are exclusive. You can only be able to cast one. I need to hold on. I'm gonna go to the correct scene. That stops doing the shameless advertisement. This one. All right. That's not the right one. I have so many fucking writer tabs open. All right. Big water balloon. I mean, it basically is a big water balloon, but I don't know what to call it. Hmm. Yeah. Well, think about it this way: the immolation ends at the end of your turn, but setting them on fire with oil is not only it's sticky oil, so they can't just get it off. And it's gonna keep burning them, probably with a greater level of DOT. I mean, given I didn't specify the DOT, but that's the DM's problem now. We're gonna open thesaurus. Thesaurus.com. Slap. Um, water wallop. We are calling it water wallop. 15 mana. Range is probably 5 meter. It's gonna be pretty heavy. Duration is none. Create a 50 centimeter sphere of water and hurl it at a target within range that you can see. The target must make a finesse check. Do I want to set the DC to be static or based on your spellcasting? I do like the idea of it being static. DC 15, DC 12? I think we call it threshold, actually. T12? Time to think of a way to make napalm. Yep. T12 finesse check. Or be knocked prone. Regardless of whether or not the target succeeds, they are doused in water. I wrote doused with a W, and that's the wrong douse. Where did I write douse? There we go. Water wallop. It doesn't deal damage. Should it deal damage? Maybe because it doesn't deal damage, we make it cheap. I will leave it at 15. 15 is still pretty cheap. Anything that's less than 15 probably needs to be raised in cost. I wonder if something like freezing should be under ice, or if we need a cold element. Trying to think of other good effects. Evaporate. Next is 40, 35 mana. Range 20 meter. 10 meter. Circle. Actually, 10 meters is probably a lot. I'll say 5 meter circle. Choose a body of water within range that you can see. The water evaporates immediately. No larger than 5 meters across, which we'll get rid of in the range. Okay. A ball of water weighs a lot. How much does a ball of water 50 centimeters weigh? I mean, that's a big, it's pretty big. 523 liters of water. That is a lot of water. Although to be fair, it's water and it's not contained. So a lot of that weight is going to just go to the side of you. So if you're blasted, I mean, it's not going to be also moving that quickly. I imagined it would be moving at about maybe 3 or 4 feet per second. Well, no. It would take 5 seconds to get to the end of the radius, wouldn't it? Maybe like 10 feet per second. So what's the radius on create oil? 5 meter. We might change that to 3. 5 is a lot. It's a lot of oil. It did drink my water. I did drink my water. You know what? Fuck it. Hydrate. Nexus 30, 5 mana. It's 460,000 kilograms? Of what, oil? The oil is a circle, it's not a sphere. That would be a lot of oil. Create a cup of water in your hand. You are forced to drink it. E710. Yes. I like the idea that you cast hydrate and it's like a fucking Fortnite emote. You're forced to drink it, and then you throw the cup. Do we have 7-Eleven? The convenience store? Yep. Yes, but Quick Trip is way better. That's true. We could have a water spell that like cleans things off of you, but I keep coming back to the fact that this basically does that, just slightly more angry. So biased, but God, I love Q2. Yeah. QT is good. Is water and ice different in this? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to make water spells allow you to freeze water, or if it has to be its own unique thing. Bought a new headphone? Oh, nice. What do you get? Q30. I don't know if that's good or not. They look pretty good. I looked up Q30 and it gave me a brain protection thing. Dude, this thing looks so fake. Hold on. I'm disparaging a company. Hold on, let me check to make sure it's not going to show my fucking address. I think we'll be alright. Look at this fucking website, right? You got this guy. Protects your brain. It's this thing. So we look at it. This thing is supposed to stop you from getting a concussion. How in the blue fuck is this going to stop me from getting a concussion? Increasing blood volume and reducing brain slosh. Huh? Like a seatbelt for your brain. I don't know. This seems like a quack to me. I don't think this is gonna stop my brain from sloshing around. We might put ice spells in the water spell list. Yeah, I know, right? It constricts your veins, increasing blood flow somehow. To pick in the Discord? Alright. Oh, nice. It's got A and C too. NFC fast pairing. NFC pairing. Huh. What else should we do? What my money can get? I mean, NFC pairing sounds pretty cool. I've just only seen Bluetooth pairing. I'm trying to think of what to call all these things that isn't just like just the names of the D&D spells. Hmm. Like 40% of my monthly money? Damn. Yeah. Headphones are expensive. For like the past year and a half, I've just been using these Apple EarPods, like the $20 ones. Fortunately, I can't use ideas from DOS 2 here because their systems differ too much for them to work. Damn. Could. Cloud appears above the point and begins raining small icicles in a 5-meter radius. Any creature within the range. And of course, D&D itself has like 3 ice spells. Yeah. Holy shit, those headphones are absolutely annihilated. Yeah, it's probably time to upgrade. The creature within the range at the beginning of its turn takes 3d6 cold damage. Actually, probably more than 3d6. It's literally, you know what? It starts raining icicles. They're full icicles. I'll say 46. You have a YouTube viewer now? Yeah. We've had a couple people come in on YouTube. What are some ice buffs we can give? We can give a frost skin. Range is touch. Thank you. We're gonna get those watch hours up. For once, I'm gonna actually have eligibility. Well, it doesn't really matter. I still need 150 subscribers, but we'll have eligibility for like the first tier of existing on YouTube. We'll get partnered this. We'll get partnered by 2 years from now, probably. Hopefully, maybe. We're at 254 watch hours out of 3,000. Didn't it just double? Maybe. Something like that. Damn, somebody unsubscribed from my channel on August 2nd. I'm crying. I don't want it by content. I just want it in general. Here we go. Might be just a bot. No, probably not. I don't want views by day. I want subscribers by date. Damn, I had a day I lost 3. I should probably keep posting shorts. Like I get so many subscribers when I post shorts. Like the graph is grim when I'm not posting shorts. It's just editing shorts is so boring. Oh well. All right. Okay. That's a good name for a spell. I have I have another idea. Um, Frosty Feet. Fatet. Frosty Feet. 60, 90, range, touch, duration 1 hour. The target's feet emit a cold aura. When the target walks over a liquid that can be frozen, the the target creates a path of ice over any water over water. This ice is rough and does not and the target does not have to make a finesse check in order not to fall. We will make that sound good later. Those words are atrocious. The spell is still kind of atrocious. Basically, it's Frostwalker for your TTRPG. I like the idea of a blizzard smokescreen. It's a good spell idea. Isn't difficult terrain be easier to say? Yeah, but this isn't D&D, so difficult terrain isn't a defined term. It doesn't mean anything in this game. Eh, 5 meters, maybe not that much. 10-meter sphere. Say the targeting range is 30. Duration 1 minute. Choose a point within range that you can see. Remove my microphone again. A cloud appears above the point and begins. What kind of adjectives can you use on blizzard? Violent isn't correct. A strong blizzard engulfs a 10-meter sphere around the point. Around the point. All hostile creatures within the blizzard take 5d6 cold damage at the beginning of their turn. The blizzard inhibits sight. The blizzard inhibits sight from inside. It just inhibits sight. I don't need to specify anymore. You cannot see in the blizzard. You cannot see into the blizzard. We have a lot of spells. We can do this, actually. Must make a threshold 15 vitality check. Or take 5d6 cold damage at the beginning of their turn. On a success, the target or the creature takes half damage. Hmm. It might be too late to be clicking on circles. Oh dear. He's playing Osu. Ice Spike. Um, is 30 mana, no range, no duration, because those don't make sense. Um, create an Ice Spike in your hand. You may make a melee attack. On any creature you can reach. You may make a melee attack with the spike. On a hit, the target takes 2d8 cold damage. Um, hmm. Hold on. New plan. We're going to be a little bit intense with this. If your strength is at least 60, which is slightly above average, you may turn the dagger. You may embed the dagger into your target. And turn it to shatter it inside of your target, dealing an additional 1d4 cold damage. If your target moves, this effect expires in 3 turns. So you can fucking put ice in them and then shatter it. So it's like little ice things. We'll say that the ice blade has a duration 1 minute before it melts. Dagger attack. 2d8 cold. Um, I kind of wish that the next line spacing wasn't so fucking intense. I could just make this a new body text style. Um, me casually trying to get this to work. Okay, finally. What happened to my act disc? Oh, that's awkward. I just made the act description the wrong properties. Oopsies. That was supposed to be act name. Not bold, italic, gray. Slight spacing on next. All right. 2d8 is probably too much to be using for a dagger, so I'm going to reduce it to 1d. 1d8. This might be strong, but we'll see how it goes. All right. We need to come up with another spell. Because ice is one of those things that you can be very violent with. Because it's very sharp. And it's something you could just create. So. And because it has structural problems like, being relatively weak, you can actually shatter it to again, what's the cutoff of water? Ice is not water. Once it hits 0C, it's ice. And not water. Part of the reason that this effect expires is because it just melts. I mean, in terms of percent makeup. Because salt water is 96% pure water. It is water if it is water without external impurity except for salt and other minerals found in traditional water. That is, seawater is water, freshwater is water, Coca-Cola is not water, sparkling water, that's kind of borderline, I don't know. Unfortunately, that means no piss blade. Yeah. Oh, there needs to be a range. We'll say 10 meters. Oh, 3 meters tall and up to 1 meter thick. Let's say that it has 40 HP. I don't specify length. It's essentially a sage ice wall. Trying to think of other things that you could do with ice. Ice, it sounds like something that would be super um useful, but it kind of isn't. You just make people slip and stab people. So how cooked is my sleep schedule? I'm waking up at 5 p.m. and going to sleep at sometime. So the answer is yes. Is so the system similar to D&D? There's not a whole lot to it. Yeah. Um, Ice is the best healing class in DOS 2. Bogus. The only thing I could think of is to create ice cubes to make drinks very slightly more. Actually, that could be a use of ice. You could use it to preserve food. Which could be useful. Refrigerate. Did your link get purged? Yes. A sussy model. See ya. Oh, the YouTube Studio is the wrong size. See, this is part of the reason I record my models separately now. Can't have this in monitor? Here, I got you. I got you. Check this out. Perfect. I'm RGB Dusk. Okay. Duration is, say, 3 days? No, I mean, it could be 1 day. Choose an enclosed container within range that you can see. The container. Can't I normally redeem this? No. The Viato models do not. They're not in the model change registry because I can't change models in Viato. There is no API. The container is chilled to a food safe to a temperature safe for storing perishable food. Enclosed container no larger than 1 meter in any direction. Thinking about the idea of encasing somebody in ice. It feels kind of busted though, because realistically you can't free yourself. I mean, we could just make it a save. What's the name of my TTRPG? It's called Burdened. I have been desaturated. Petrified Dusk. Look at what you are. We might change this to 30 seconds because so let's say we take the same one round is 6 seconds. I think I might do one round is 10 seconds, but let's say that it's one round is 6 seconds. That is up to 20d6 cold damage. And the creature is unable to move or take actions. Actually, interestingly enough, with the way this is worded, you can choose not to take the save and not take any damage. Am I still keeping VS components? Probably. Huh. Would you be able to cast Misty Step or something that works similarly? Actually, I suppose that if you had a spell that was only verbal, you might be able to do it. Yeah. But now I have to go and tag all of these spells to verbal somatic. We're not going to have material components. Because that sounds like pain. Hydrate. Materials not real, exactly. Materials are just a figment of your imagination. They're a psyop, a nightmare. It's like how every ranged weapon has unlimited ammo. Exactly. How do you think I keep using my RPG? Wah. This looks like something out of a horror game. It is terrifying. Look at what you've created. Now we need XI to come in. What kind of curse model is that? The one that you created. Alright. Encased is maybe a little strong. Imagine a random coming in and wondering what the fuck they're seeing. Yeah. If it look for everybody who comes into the stream goes, what the fuck is that VTuber and leaves? I can blame you. Look at what you've done. You've created a monster. You get blamed for a shit ton of things. I mean, to be fair, this one is actually your fault. You ran evil and then desaturate. What else can I do with ice? I don't know. Also, apparently you can survive in ice for like 5 minutes. It turns out that the main reason that you die in ice is because you asphyxiate. But for the cold, you can actually live 30 minutes to 2 hours. What did that tell you would feel if you were surrounded by ice? Oh, it wouldn't be comfortable. It would be absolutely atrocious. I suppose we should specify that the ice has health. The ice probably has the same amount of health as an ice wall. The ice encasing the creature has 40 HP and is vulnerable to bludgeoning damage. If it is destroyed, the target is freed and the spell ends. Sorry, I just looked up. You know how I had looked up how long can you survive encased in ice, and there's a YouTube channel called Genuine Data who made a video how long human can survive inside ice. Um, 3 weeks ago, and it has Santa, a mermaid, a zombie, and a human in the thumbnail. Apparently, Santa can live forever in ice. A mermaid can live 500 years. A zombie can live 10 years, and a human can live 3 minutes. That could say hours. I just cannot be fucked to actually watch the video. So apparently, mermaids have the ice resistance. What else can you do with that? What if they cited their sources to back these claims? Probably not. I mean, apparently one of the exceptional cases is that an 8-year-old kid um got frozen um and he survived for 147 minutes until he was rescued because apparently his brain uh got it got cold enough that the oxygen deprivation didn't kick in. Let's see. Yeah, interestingly enough, one person did actually survive being submerged in water for 147 minutes. So there's your. I don't have a mug. I have to go get a mug now. I will be right back. Okay, so it wasn't fast. Apparently, he was in recovery for 59 days. But he did live. Damn. They list like 100 medical professionals. Huh. Anyway, um, I'm going to reset the palette. I don't look like a fucking demon. Did I have another? I do. I mean, I do have Uriel Cheer as the other Viato. But it's too much of a pain to load it. All right. That's in case. Hmm. I could make a spell that you create a window out of ice and then defenestrate someone. That would be pretty sick. Sorry, isn't defenestration a spell in 5e? Apparently it is. It's in Valda's Spire of Secrets. It's a second level evocation. The bot has spoken. Unfortunate. Trying to think of any other interesting properties of ice. I mean, we have a decent amount. We have a page and a quarter of ice and water spells. I mean, we can make more water spells. There's a lot of water things we can do, probably. What do we do with water? Extinguish is a fire spell. We can already create a ball of water and hurl at someone. Technically, I mean, how big would the puddle be? How big would a puddle be if you dropped a 50 centimeter water ball? It says 6.5 meters. Or 3 meter radius. Approx. Would a boiling spell be water or fire? Um, See, that's the weird thing, is that you can't, with fire magic, you can't directly heat things. You have to create a fire that heats something. I mean, maybe we could allow direct heating. Because the thing is, direct manipulation of energy is technically an etheric thing. So, like, remotely raising something's temperature would be etheric. Wild. Um, the problem is with water, a lot of what you can do is create fields of water, which you can do by using water wallop on the nothing, or making something wet, which you can do with water wallop. Basically, you can splash something, which you can do with water wallop, or put water on the ground, which you can do with water wallop. Yeah, you weren't even here to see it. You reacted 3 minutes later. Yep. Ah, fair enough. Any creating temporary structures from ice? Yeah, we have ice wall, so you can create a big block of ice, up from the ground that has 40 HP. We could make a spiky ice pit, like an ice spike pit. But how often? I guess the question is, how often are you going to be positioned in such a way that a spell like that is useful? Because if we think about it, a spike pit only really matters if you're falling onto it. So either you have to be positioned under somebody who might fall to cast the spell before they hit the ground. But at which point, if they're falling a significant different distance, you might as well just not. They're probably going to die from the fall. Where is the situation in which being able to create a spike pit would be useful? Ice pit plus ice wall, which doesn't say it can't be an air. At a grounded point that you can see within range. Otherwise, you could just create it in the air and drop a giant brick of ice on someone. Moose. Yep. Greater moose because it's 5 meters long. You create it. You create it flat in the air, so it's a 1 meter thick fucking roof of ice that crashes down on top of you. That's gonna do some damage. 50 mana is maybe cheap for that. Oh well. We'll deal with the balancing later. $14,000 kilograms. Oopsies. um. Hmm. Wait, isn't 1 cubic meter of water? No. What is what's the definition of a kilogram? I know it's based on water volume. It's 1 liter is 1 kilogram. How many liters are in 1 cubic meter? Ah, that'll do it. There's 1,000 of them. Um, okay. The other thing I'm thinking of is like an ice club spell. This next is 30, so low level mana. 10 mana. Range, no range, no duration. Uh, create a bludgeoning weapon out of ice. Uh, the weapon shatters upon use and deals 1d8 plus 3 cold damage. Yeah, we'll just do ice weapon. So you can create a single use weapon. So you can create like a lead pipe, but it's ice. So you whack somebody with it and it shatters. 10 mana is maybe expensive for that though. Maybe 5 mana. Yes. Now everybody is wondering why some guy's talking about mana. You're a wizard, Harry. You're a Harry wizard. I guess another thing that you might be able to do, I mean, once again, everything comes back to a water wallop. I was gonna say you could create drinking water, but water wallop will be pure water anyway, so you don't need to. Just throw it at a cup. Or cast deluge, because that's also drinking water. Which actually makes hydrate useless, but whatever. I mean, I guess the fact that a spell could be done another way doesn't discredit the idea of having that spell anyway. Um, yeah, water is kind of simple. Is there a major difference between how PC and mobile processes audio? Probably not. using the same headphones, but the phone sounds weird, your settings could be fucked. I might look at the spell list to see if there's any water spells in 5e. Because I cannot think of anything. Because it's like create or destroy water, water walk, which I essentially have, wall of water. Huh. Hmm. I suppose we could take essentially Misty Step. Um, Actually, we could have you transform into a cloud of mist. Um, Call it something crazy like cloud of mist. All right. All right. So we have Cloud of Mist, which makes you immune to all damage except cold. I mean, 70d6 is a lot of damage, but it is interesting that it wouldn't always kill you. You know, with how often you transform me into this model, I'm beginning to think that you might be afraid of women. I've loaded the wrong game. I want to check on my pals really quick. What is this? Yes. I need to see if my pals are alright. It's been too long. Most masculine model I've got. Damn. You don't think Gremlin is masculine? No. Gremlin is as masculine as they get. Oh. Every single one of my pals is depressed. They ran out of food somehow. I don't know how they did, considering that they have literally like 30. Like, literally, I'm going to show you the plantations. Literally, look at this. This is how many plantations they have, and they somehow managed to run out of food. They have so many plantations, and they managed to run out of food. How? Look at this guy not watering. Yeah. How do I get down? I just... I teach you the game. You capture pals, and then you force them to work for you. It's not really much to it. Yeah, literally, they're set to be able to water, and they're just not doing it. Why are all of my watering pals not doing the job? Look, they started working when I logged on, but none of these were watered. Really need a source of water? Well, have I got some news for you? I don't call it Palcatraz for no reason. Oops, just shot my walls. So they got the water. I can tell you that much. Oh dear. Random model change. Damn, he didn't like that one. You get the same one. Did you get the same one? It is a possibility, although not likely. Unless... No, our last, I think you did just get the same one twice in a row. Our last VTS model was Akamid. Huh? Wait, is it severed from... What happened? Why is VTube Studio not working anymore? Wild. VTube Studio just randomly closed the connection to Coalescence. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just buy it. No, VTS just disconnected. Just went, you know what? Fuck it. Anyway, I'm not quite sure how this is food negative. There's no way this is food negative now. It's a billion pals. They're still not cooking. Are they still eating? Just took all the food. What are you eating? Dupin, please. There's 1 billion pals here. What do you mean you're getting scammed? It did the thing. How am I gonna get Dupin? Alright, you... Jesse, we need to cook. You bastard. Thrice in a row got the same model? Let's see. Yeah, you are getting scammed. You changed model to I am getting scammed is also not helping. Here, we'll do another random. Because you set the model to I am getting scammed, which is not the name of a model. Got Dusk V1. It is actually working. You just keep getting unlucky. It's very funny. Stupid. I need you to cook more than one of them at a time. Oh my fuck. I'm actually going to go. Hold on. Dupin, which one of you is the good one? It's you. Okay, you're joining my party. I need a medicine cabinet. Mm, nope. Every time that you do random with a space, it is actually doing random model change. You just keep doing it so quickly that you don't give it time to resolve. Model change takes about 8 seconds. Yeah, but I'm looking at the logs, and if you do random with a space, it is doing random model change. $1 billion pals. They're all depressed. Why are they not getting medicine? I can't even open the medicine rack. How many points have I lost? I don't know. I'm not keeping track. You're the one who has the number that tells you how many points you have. I don't have that. Does he spin in his sleep? Cinema. Anyway, I only came in here to check on my pals. Turns out they're all dying. Anyway. $218.7 megajoules. I mean, to be fair, you could be off the ground. Let's say you have a flying speed, right? You could be anywhere. Who needs rods from God when you could just fly up, create an ice block, and watch it fall? Oh, speaking of, I need to add Era to the race list. I already did that. Didn't fix it for the race list, but it is in the race list. Um, now the only problem is I have to set it as the race header. How do I do that? Race name and race description. Main problem comes with ice not being very dense and the volume isn't that big. That's true. There's rods from God's WMS on Google. I think I'll be all right. Okay. I don't think I need rods from Gods. Yep. I am familiar with the idea. Why the latency is high? If you pause and then play again, it'll bring you to be current. You probably just have a lot of latency. Essentially, Twitch will bring you back up to current by playing the video at 3%, like 3% too quickly. And you have probably buffered so long that even with that, you're still pretty far behind. Now it's 25 seconds. Then your internet is really just that bad. Yeah, my latency is 1 second. Come to think of it, we don't have Dispel Magic. The Puddle Portal is going to be pretty expensive. It's going to be 250 mana. Because it is literally fast travel. Yep. 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 You can also see your latency, I'm pretty sure. Unless that's a 7TV thing. I know, because you could go to the advanced video player setting thing. But you're probably on mobile, so you can't. Yep. We haven't even gotten to the psychomancy. Okay, I think we move on to other elements, but I'm getting bored of elemental magic, so we're gonna go do psychomancy. I don't know. What about velocimancy? That's an aether mancy. It's not in the secular spell list. This is specifically the secular spellbook. Do I trust Radman VPN? I've literally never heard of them. Nuh-uh. Send you. You were an Aethermancer. Mm. I love breaking all my limbs on contact. Yep. You don't have the benefit. You know, I wrote the psychomancy header and I cannot think of anything. I think it's been I've been streaming for nearly 7 hours. I think I'm finally shot. What is psychomancy? It's spells like Tasha's Hideous Laughter, Dissonant Whispers, um, stuff like that. Basically anything that does psychic damage is instead psychomancy. No, not sycophancy. First spell, Psychic Scream. Okay. Blurring them out would be crazy. I don't think that's a spell though. I don't even think slurs would do will damage. See, the other fun thing is that psychomancy is technically not a lethal spell. School. Sacramento. cinema. um, it makes sense in the lore. It might not be the best idea outside of the game. Yeah. Um, but yeah, it's a non-lethal school of magic. Because psychic damage in my system does will damage and not health damage. And when your will points reach 0, you submit. You don't die. What about necromancy? Necromancy is in the I'm not sure if this exists in this world class. You can add a bunch of different charms. That is true. What about succubus powers? Well, about that. Where did my other window go? What the fuck? Why does Writer keep deleting my tabs? I don't think I need to highlight anymore. We even have an in-depth guide on how to do transformation. Samir is a male name. Yeah, I named it before I was aware that it was a name. So, too late. Why do I have a blank page? Samir is a common Middle Eastern name? Well, that's awkward. I don't think I'm going to rename them. There's too many, like, things that mention them. It'd be one crazy find and replace. And I've no better name. All of the race names are short. I think legitimately human might be the longest name for a race. Yeah. Deva and human are tied for the longest race names. Everything is very short. I guess Samir is also 5, but yeah. It is a little awkward, but like I don't know what I would do about it. Because theoretically any group of sounds I could choose could also still be a name. And it would take a lot of research to make sure that those are not valid names in any language or place. And then that validation would become invalid if somebody did choose that name. So I'm probably not going to do anything about it. It would be very funny though if it was just like John is a race name. You should get rid of elves. They're basically just humans. Imagine one of my names turns out to be a slur. That would be pretty funny. There's a non-zero chance, but once again, I'm probably not going to do anything about it in that case. Because if it's a slur in some like random language, once again, any combination of sounds that I can create would be the same thing. And it could be another case of it's not a slur now, but it might be in the future. And as time goes on, it's only going to get more and more difficult to fix that. So what did you mention when? None of my races are named when. Oh, also, you know how I said since when did fish people exist? They have never appeared because when the fuck is anybody gonna go to the ocean? Um, you know how you said we should get rid of elves? I regret to inform you that the queen of the human kingdom is now a half elf. Yep. But hey, if it makes you feel any better, she does periodically stage public executions for elves. Um, I don't know where she's at. I don't know where she's at in the whole scheme of things. She could very well be dead. I still cannot think of anything. So from psychomancy is where we have the highest chance of being really busted, because it allows you to make people do things that they otherwise wouldn't do, which is very powerful. We might come back to this. I'm getting a little tired and a little hungry. A little hungry. Yeah, I'll have to come back to blood magic too, which is gonna be weird. I wish I had my documentation. It's gone. Also, when I was joking about you changing your channel name to Janice, and you said Janice was a character that existed, I started to assume you didn't recognize my username. Yeah. How did the character change? Huh? Was I not always Gremlin? Was I not Gremlin before? It says I've been Gremlin for 20 minutes. I have been Gremlin for 20 minutes. Are you hallucinating? Probably. Yes. I have been Gremlin for 20 minutes. I just went on YouTube and looked. All right. I think I'm gonna call it here. Let's find somebody to raid. I only have 4 people online right now? Shit. Alright, let's see what we got. Somebody playing Dead Plate? Oh, aren't you the guy that somehow manages to type while drawing? And I've never been convinced that you're real. Why am I still following you? How about this guy? Water time. Damn. Joke's on you. I don't have any water. Alright. Shall use this as a reason to go to sleep. Go the fuck to sleep. What is our raid message gonna be? It's not like I start college tomorrow. Shit. Is that tomorrow for real or tomorrow or today? This is our raid message, by the way. I can't play an ad during the raid out. I mean, I could. All right. I'm going to force you to watch a 3-minute ad now. Tomorrow? I see. I love that my chat. My chat translator is trying. It's fixing all of your typos. All right, we have to wait for a 2.5-minute ad to finish. Puzzle subs don't get adverts, right? Yep. So you are just making the end of raid experience wacky for everybody who isn't. True chaos behavior here. This is wild. All right. How long is left on that ad? 72. Nope, not 72 seconds. 1 minute 43. That doesn't seem right. I shall be here next time to find a way to get a bigger number than 147 megajoules. I wish you luck. I mean, to be fair, what you could do is have a friend create the ice wall and then use aetherkinesis to give it a shit ton of speed and then crash into the ground like several gigajoules. Find a way to alter the density of it. That is true. All right, I think it has to have been 3 minutes, right? I unrated at 10:34. It's 10:38. It says that there is still 41 seconds left in the ad, but I know that that cannot be true. I do not trust this this ad UI anymore. Heavy water would lead to slightly heavier ice. That is true. All All right, chat. Reminder that our chat, our raid message is "I am in your walls." So, we are all in his walls. But yes, everybody, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you have a great day. I will see you next time. But that's a bit early. We gotta raid first. I will see you next time. Bye. And now it is just me and you, YouTube. Not for very long. I'm ending the stream in like a couple seconds, but just me and you.